Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 9th Freedom Games in Łódź. Before we finish with all the nice welcome, we have an extraordinary guest for you, and we would like the first words from this stage come from a Ukrainian representative, the person who represents our neighbors who suffer from unjustified and brutal aggression from Ukraine. Let me welcome Tanya Malarchuk, a Ukrainian writer and journalist. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Polish friends, I can speak to you in Ukrainian, for which I am so much grateful, and I trust that the translation in Polish and English will remove excessive pain from my words, and you cannot speak without pain about Ukraine on the 234th day of war. The war started, in fact, 80 years ago. It was hybrid war, but it was ambiguous. Were there war or not? Were there separatists or there weren't? Were there green people or there weren't? Illegitimate referenda, the president shaking hands and signing gas contracts. It's all a lie and manipulation. Only the death of Andrei Poroshenko, my neighbor, in 2014 was true. He truly died. His parents lost the color of their hair and turned gray. I didn't know if Andrei would be happy to learn that the aggressor lost this hybrid war, because on the 24th of February this year, they unveiled their peace mask and started the traditional anachronic war nobody ever expected in Europe. They attacked the capital city of an independent country with their tanks. Ever since then, we have all changed. Poland, Ukraine, Europe. We are all different. The world has changed. But still, the world didn't understand how much it would go. The violence we used to read in books about went to headlines, turned to everyday life. I doubt anybody would shudder that 233 days of camps, rapes on children and women, 233 days of bombing hospitals, theaters, other facilities, 233 days of demolished cities, buildings, famine torture, shooting, killing with the shot at the back of the head. 233 days since our language restored the term of mass grave. I am not a pious person, but I remember the words of a Polish philosopher, Professor Kołakowski, who says the devil reminds us of himself too often to forget believing in him. It is his action to get us accustomed to death, to violence on a unprecedented scale. It's his action when we become unemotional to him. We are not killed, but we are forced to see the death of others. I don't know one Hannah Arendt named this evil banal, but it's back. Well, it shouldn't. The European civilization solemnly promised to prevent mass destruction. No more war. But we failed to keep the promise. 233 days I've been looking for an answer to these questions. Alas, I can't find it. why the curse of Central Europe is still in force. The territories of smaller countries between Germany and Russia. On the year of my birth, Mirek Kundera, a Czech poet, named Central Europe as such. We are under target. We dig earth to build trenches and for graves. Millions are forced to flee to the world where they are not expected. Kundera understood a small Central European nation. He was a member of such a nation. He understood the small nations, perhaps not very small, but those always at risk of destruction. We may always hear from the invader, you do not exist, your language doesn't exist, your history is a make-up story, your house is a sand castle, one blow, it's into pieces. We need to prevent you from yourselves. In Central Europe, you need to keep fighting to survive, to be yourself, which is not understood per se. We remember Prague, Budapest, Warsaw, Vilnius. Today the heart of Central Eastern Europe is in Kiev. The borders have moved to the east near Kharkiv, Mariupol, because Central Europe is not a geographic term, it's a worldview term. Polish, Czech, Hungarian intellectuals would use the term in the 20th century as an antidote against the Russian context. If we cannot be the West, they said, we could prove we are not the East, with its brutal autocratic structure that was an attempt to save the identity, a desperate attempt torn by Russian and German occupation, an attempt to prove that there had always been tradition and culture. Jörg Konrad, a Hungarian, wrote posters, who enslaves others will never learn their own freedom. In his program text, he wrote that you can live in slavery, but you cannot accept it. These words and words of Miłosz and Havel prevented me from full despair. Between the news of Bucha and Irpin, I read the old editions of Enslaved Brain and The Force of the Forceless. I also remembered the book of Yuri Androchovich, My Europe, which I last time opened some 20 years ago. Then I didn't understand it. Shame. The love to Austro-Hungarian heritage. What did they want to tell us? During the Orange Revolution, My Europe was translated in Germany and was highly successful, although Central European discussion was of no interest. In 2004, Poland and most of former East Bloc countries joined the EU. Was it accomplished? Was Europe unified? Did the time come to earn money? Central European sentiment talks about agreements turned marginal. Institutions of culture did actually for a long time invited the failures from Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova to their meetings and conferences. It was like a sadism to discuss European future with those who had no opportunity to become a part of it. For the first time, I crossed the western border in 2007. It was a sort of a literature festival on European values. Then I saw many German citizen towns in Frankfurt when the taxi driver heard I'm from Ukraine, and he said, Ukraine, is it America, Asia, Africa? He was surprised. He couldn't even understand that a country with such a difficult, different name was on his very continent. Ever since then, I frequently had to write and speak about Europe. I did it with nostalgia and idealism. I always trusted in Europe, though Europe didn't trust in me. And my friend from Moldova, Nikoleta Yasenenko, a writer, didn't spare her anger. Her famous text I often heard during meetings was named "Fuck you, Europe." Nicoletta rebelled against the concrete placed European status quo, and I felt sort of guilty for not matching European standards. Then I heard Nicoletta participated in another project by the European Union, and her task was to live in a hotel named Europe. There are thousands of such hotels, and then she was supposed to describe this experience in a novel. The Europe Hotel, where the project organizers sent her from Moldova, was in Minsk. How did my literature career started in the West? In 2012, my German translation of first book was the biography of an incidental miracle. It received good critique. Germans compared my style to that of Franz Kafka, Bruno Schulz, Olga Tokarczuk, because they were my authorities. No, alas, I was compared to Ivan Saltykov-Shchedrin, a Russian writer of 19th century. A bearded man said to be of good humor. I don't know, I've never read any piece by him. I originate from a pretty different tradition. However, the German critique had their compliment for the Ukrainian writer in the form of Saltykov, even though it had been 30 years from the collapse of the Soviet Union. In the Western understanding, Ukraine has not taken its place. They are subordinate to Russia. Russia plus. Whatever we say, we were listened to. We were heard, but not listened to. I was last told that one person went to Lviv and he could speak about anything but Ukraine's perspective on joining the EU. And it lasted and lasted. Ukrainians started to pay with their lives in Maidan for their will to be Europeans. Distrust of the West and blind faith in Russian propaganda are the reasons for this war. Something broke in Western Europe one day. It went all wrong. The European idea vanished, filled up with welfare at any price. The European idea didn't turn out to be the solution for all the problems, but being the goal, it didn't allow to see the forthcoming disaster. Although I'm only a writer and my last book in Ukraine was a set of poems on unhappy love, I feel this desire, the need to process the concept of new Europe, self-sufficient Europe. The process is going on. I'm just verbalizing it. Stick together before Russian aggression as a natural defense reaction. No Central European country is able to oppose the autocracy on their own, but they can do it with the support of their neighbors. We are allies by joint experience of fighting for survival, by joint traumas, and two fears, the fear of the East that wants to devour us, and the fear of the West that can betray again. I grew up in a country with poisoned landscapes on the bows of dictatorship. I picked up mushroom where innocent victims were buried. I played in playgrounds that used to be cemeteries. I danced in a rural club, the club that was built on tombstones from Jewish cemeteries. That is Europe also. To process the trauma we need courage and peace. To take responsibility for your past, you mustn't be worried about your future. Me, as a Ukrainian, I found it very difficult. But after the Dignity Revolution, we set on the right path. And although institutions wanted something better, society formed with the experience of protest, a successful process, not ideal, but one that brought social changes. The Ukrainian society cannot think of a dictatorship where we are victims or collaborators. The choice the Ukrainian nation made on the 24th of July is simple but terrifying. My female colleagues went to the front line, or their husband did. I know 10 writers who used to claim being pacifists and translated Mahatma Gandhi, grabbed weapons and went to the front line. Today is the day of Ukrainian defense. But they defend not only their independence, their homes. We all understand it. The future of Europe is decided by Ukrainian armed forces. Glory to Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, this presentation deserves a huge round of applause. They should become a symbol of our friendship and solidarity with the Ukrainian nation that is not only fighting for their own freedom, they are also fighting on our behalf. A great round of applause. Thank you very much. It's not only the honor, but also great joy to meet with you again in this beautiful facility of EC1, which symbolizes the renewal. We are in the building of the former power plant, which is now housing the Institution of Culture. So we cannot imagine a better place for a meeting of people who are interesting, who want to debate on the most difficult topics, the most difficult challenges we are facing. For the next 3 days, we will focus here to make sure that we inspire each other, we share knowledge, we make questions, search for answers. We are the people who will work together to become stronger. We have invited excellent experts, people of idea and great hearts, agents of change, to talk how to agree on the issues that are important to our survival, how to face challenges that do not recognize any borders, such as the climate crisis or ecological threats, and challenges that do not respect borders, that is the authoritarian, violent regimes. Here, we will focus the debate on our future, the future of the free world and our planet, on 4 stages, with the participation of almost 300 guest speakers. So we would like to invite you to get included in this broad and open discussion. During the Freedom Games today, green color is the main color. You can see it around you. Green color is also the color of hope. Together, we are building a new story about our future, which hopefully will be used for the deep and permanent change in future. It's our logistic effort of Liberté Foundation and co-partners who are supporting our event. We are grateful and moved that the Freedom Games have so many friends. It wouldn't be possible without them to organize an event of such a scale, of such diversity. Today, in a moment, on this stage, we will be able to thank them with our rounds of applause. But we will start with Błażej Lenkowski, who is the president of the board of the Liberté Foundation and the director of Freedom Games. So, Błażej Lenkowski, please, the floor is yours. Please welcome and officially open this year's Freedom Games. Błażej Lenkowski, president of the board of the Liberté Foundation and the director of the Freedom Games. Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the next edition of the Freedom Games. We are meeting in the circumstances which are even more difficult than last year. The pandemic was only the pre-taste of the new reality, and the beginning of this year was the barbarian attack of Russians against Ukraine on the 24th of February. So throughout my adulthood, my generation, it seems that the good times are becoming the past. So we need to face great challenges. This is the time for the green independence. Ukraine has to survive. If Kiev will be deprived of the right of independence, the world order will be eroded and the war chaos will cover other states and regions. It's our great responsibility as the neighbor to help Ukraine. This is our reason of state. Today, the topic of Ukraine is the topic for all of us. We have to be militarily ready to defend our freedom and values. It's also the last bell for the green transformation, which will make the independent state dependent on the fossils. The green transformation is the green independence, and our climate and ecology targets should combine all of us, irrespective of our political differences. The challenges concerning this transformation and green development require long-term actions. We are facing major challenges in terms of security. There are changes in the energy sector, and it is combined with the probably biggest economic crisis that will cover Poland since 70s, 80s. We have to be ready for major challenges, and we cannot remember the problems with the rule of law, the human rights, and the standards of democracy in Poland. We do hope that in a few months' time, in this field, there will be this change. At the same time, when we think of the future, we start being frightened. On the one hand, it's not strange, but it's very dangerous. Fears facilitate different dangerous ideologies and populism. So in these difficult times, we need hope, solutions, and responsibility even more. It is necessary that we should take care of ecology, forests. We should counteract smog and be against industrial farming. And we should help to stop the climate changes. The biggest challenge is the energy transformation. It requires huge investments. In the face of the green transformation, the Western societies are in the privileged position. That is why it is of key importance that we agree the sustainable development with the responsibility for the planet. No economic development will mean that only the strongest will win and the weakest will be protesting. So we need to have the radical change in our life, and it will be opposed. So if there is no democratic mandate, it will be difficult. That is why environmental activities have to be based on the democratic mandate. It's the most effective weapon that will be fought against populists. If we cannot agree these ideas with the system that would allow people to dream about the better future and work for the better future, they will be marginalized politically. That is why we shouldn't ask whether we need growth or capitalist economy, efficient economy that will allow us to tackle poverty. We should ask how to agree the economic goals with the necessary fight against the climate crisis. The new pure clean technologies are necessary. We also need the politics of hope, dames and gentlemen, for these times that will be very difficult. It is time to say goodbye to populists. We should also respond to the crisis in solidarity. These hopes for the better future should be also shared with other people, especially with our neighbors in Ukraine. This hope for our support, economic assistance, military assistance. We should also give something more. We should give a long-term perspective to have the society have better lives. So once the war is over and it is hopefully won by Ukraine, Ukraine should immediately become a member state of NATO to guarantee security and peace after the war. Ladies and gentlemen, the Games is the forum of new ideas, discussions, and experts' recommendations, which hopefully will allow us to choose a positive image of the future. And we will be able to see that there are solutions and pathways to follow. To end, I would like to thank very much my great team that have prepared the biggest edition of the Freedom Games in history. Olga Łak-Będowicz, Joanna Głodek, Natalia Banaś, Stanisław Roszczyk, Maria Posiadało, Marcin Małecki, Julia Maciejewska. Thank you, the producer Agnieszka Durmaj and her team. Thank you to Magda Leszczyk and Leszek Jażdżewski, of course. I would like to welcome all the subcontractors and cooperants. I would like to thank all the speakers and guests of this year's edition. Over 400 people will have the presentation, so it's the biggest edition of the Freedom Games. I would like to say thank you to the partners. The strategic partner of this year's edition is the city of Łódź. I would like to say thank you to Mayor Zdanowska. I would like to say thank you to Friedrich Naumann Foundation, Atlas Network with Wildland Radical Exchange, Google, Open Society, ELF, Amazon, IKEA, Economic Freedom Foundation, Incredibles, Velox, Orange. Our substantive partners include For Liberty, EU, European Council on Foreign Relations, European Committee of Regions, Forum of Dialogue, Batory Foundation, Fundacja of Foundation Project Poland, European Committee for Region, Tygodnik Powszechny Foundation, Professor Gieremek's Foundation, Dialogue Forum Foundation, Greenpeace, Civil Institute Hill Poland, the Committee for the Social Catalog, Viva Foundation, Batory Foundation, the Parliament of Young People in Poland, UNICEF, European Council of Foreign Relations, Contact Magazine, Łódź, Track of Women, and the Krytyka Polityczna. I think it's a unique group of experts who have very diverse views, and it's great. And thank you for being with us. Green Cafe Nero is the Onet, Gazeta Wyborcza, Tok FM, książki, magazyn do czytania, Newsweek, Angora, Toya TV, publication partners, wydawnictwo literackie, Łódź City Library, ciekawe liczby, Space for Education, Tour de Constitution and the Free School, the additional event is artwork and organizers include Invedo, High Computer and Binary. So have fruitful discussions, and I also hope that we are watched by the through the streaming. I would like to notice that within the last 10 days, the movies, the videos from the last edition were reviewed by many people. So I think it shows that we are doing something really important and useful. So this was a very impressive list of partners for logistics, organization, support, media, and it deserves a huge round of applause. So let's keep our hands warm and let's thank them for co-organizing this great event. And now I would like to give the floor to Hanna Zdanowska, who is the mayor of Łódź. When we are talking about the Freedom Games, immediately think of the city of Łódź. So 3 words, Freedom Games Łódź, Mayor Zdanowska, Hanna Zdanowska.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the 9th time that I'm meeting you. I must say, hope is rising in me. The games give hope that the world around us can change. There are people who are willing to make change. Each great change begins with a small step. The Freedom Games, as I believe the greatest event of its sort in Central Eastern Europe, prove that an event is hosted in Łódź that allows for talks, clashes of worldviews, working out new ideas, so important for this world. Błażej has just said a lot about where we are at this very moment. I wasn't aware several years ago when I started my job as the mayor that in a short time we would face the pandemic, something that seemed to be the worst of the worst turned out to be insignificant compared to what the world is facing today. The war right behind our border is the war of the worlds. It's not the war in Ukraine only. It is a war that has shown that whatever seems stable is not. It is enough to have one person with different views and aspirations, somebody who doesn't want to respect other people's freedom, the right to make their own decisions, so vital for them, and those huge decisions regarding the shared world. Błażej has said so many nice words. I will only invite you to participate in these extraordinary events. The pandemic is followed by war. Now, the energy crisis is knocking on our doors, and together with the climate crisis we have had for some time, something that may seem incoherent, yet all that is one coherent challenge in front of us. Let's participate, let's dispute, but let's find. And let me repeat it, it is so important to find shared or joint visions and actions that need to be taken. They cannot wait. I wish you great talks, great thoughts, and good decisions for all of us that may come out from your discussions. Let's shape a good vision we would like to have for Poland, the world, when this craze comes to an end. All the best to you. Thank you for being here. I hope you will leave this city full of hope, because this green color gives us hope that we can change the world, that we can make the world a better place to live. Thank you. Madam Mayor, thank you for being with us. And we are looking ahead into the future. Let me invite the representative of Friedrich Neumann Foundation for Freedom, Detmar Döring.
Of course, irrelevant, is perhaps seen by us all as even more relevant than ever. The war waged by Putin's Russia against Ukraine has, I think, made it for everyone clear what is at stake, that we have a struggle between freedom and serfdom, and that it has gone into a new dramatic phase, and a very, very existential one, perhaps the first really existential one since 1989. And perhaps it was a wake-up call for many. People are more, in general, aware of what is at stake. But on the other hand, the war is only one of the many very dangerous crises that the free world is facing now, I'm afraid, simultaneously. The energy crisis, it was mentioned, partly a result of the war, then climate change, the general topic of this conference, but also the overaging of Western societies and the dangers for lavishly equipped welfare states, inflation as a result of lavish rescue packages and loose monetary policies, stagnation in world trade order that we see. And I could enumerate many, of course, COVID, which has seen the most dramatic personal restrictions of personal freedom we have perhaps seen for decades. So a crisis that seldom ever creates an atmosphere where freedom can flourish. A multiple crisis is even less likely to do so. So big government is on the rise, sometimes with authoritarian tendencies. Debts are soaring. Freedom of expression in many countries is under fire. We see a return of protectionism, which may be in the long term very, very harmful for our wealth, but also for our personal freedoms. And of course, a question, I think, also in the long run of war and peace. You see, there are many indices that measure freedom, Freedom House, Human Freedom Index, and we see they all share the same view. Even before the invasion of the Ukraine, we saw a dramatic decline of freedom. So we have to be careful, thoughtful, and have to preserve our freedoms in such dramatic times. And the most basic precondition for this is to retain openness. A more open society is always more innovative in the solution of crisis, even if it doesn't appear so in the first place. Freedom-based solutions, market solutions, technically innovative solutions, competitive solutions always work better than a monopolistic, autocratic solution. And this brings me now back to this place here, to the very model of open discourse. And that is, to me, the freedom games. It's always good to see that you have here controversial matters discussed from different angles with people of all sorts of political backgrounds, which in other countries, in other places, you hardly ever see talk to each other, sometimes even being averse to each other. And that's very, very important. I think we're about to face a loss of a culture of discussion in this world, and here it is still alive. So the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, and I'm the head of the Central European office in Prague, was always happy to support this event for years, we know, and it's somehow, I'm beginning to be repetitive perhaps, because I will now say something that I said last year, that I said the year before, unfortunately only digitally, but the year before and many, many other years before when I made my opening speeches. I have seen over decades many freedom events, but Freedom Games is still my favorite. So my thanks also to Fundacja Liberté that organized it, especially Olga and Blazej, with whom we cooperated not only here on Freedom Games, but on many other creative projects, and I'm so grateful to these. Allow me these personal remarks, because we will continue to support the Freedom Games, but probably these are my last opening remarks, because next year in summer I will retire, and somebody else will be doing it happily, I'm quite sure. But I think the Freedom Games are not just something professional for me as the head of an office, of a foundation or so, but it's a matter of the heart. So probably next year I will not be standing here, but maybe I will be spooking around here and listen to it, because, and that's my final remark to it, I cannot think of a life without a yearly dose of Freedom Games. And with this, I wish you a wonderful and inspiring event. Thank you.
Thank you. Bardzo dziękujemy. My też
Thank
nie
you
umiemy
very
sobie
much.
wyobrazić
We cannot imagine
roku bez
a year without the dose of Freedom Games and whatever is happening here. Hilde Woutsman, the president of the European Liberal Forum.
The next person who will speak is Tom G. Palmer, who is Executive Vice President for International Programs at Atlas Network. Mr. Palmer, the floor is yours.
With so many freedom champions of Poland who are standing tall for your freedom and for the freedom of others. Liberty is absolutely central to the history of the Polish nation. From the participation of Polish patriots such as Tadeusz Kościuszko and Kazimierz Pulaski in the American Revolution and in the fight for independence of the colonies, to their return to Poland to fight for Polish independence, to the uprising of 1831, to the Polish air squadrons of the Royal Air Force, to today. Poles have fought za nasze I wasze wolność, in my case with apologies for my terrible Polish pronunciation. The fight against Russian aggression in Ukraine is not a tribal war against another invading tribe. It's a fight for liberty, for democracy. Our Ukrainian friends are fighting for very tangible goals, for their children, for their land, for their lives. And at the same time, they're fighting for an ideal, the ideal of a free and open society where everyone can live without fear of the rulers, without fear of arbitrary power, without fear of persecution because of one's language, race, gender, sexuality, or religion. Before I left COVID quarantine in Turkey, where I had fallen sick, and flew immediately to Warsaw on March 1, I'd been setting up through Zoom calls and emails contacts with Polish liberals who were already working on behalf of the lives and the liberties of your Ukrainian neighbors. And after I landed, I was so impressed by the wide array of Poles who stood up for what is right, including people whose normal paths and everyday lives might not intersect. Traditional church-going people alongside gay activists, poor students alongside successful business people, an international network who had gathered together here in Poland of Poles and Germans, Czechs and Slovaks, Hungarians and Romanians, Swedes, Americans, Canadians, Mexicans, and others, all inspired by the desire to help people who are under bombardment, invasion, and genocide. And all of them working together, za nasze I wasze wolność. Our partners in Poland, including Fundacja Liberté, which won the 2020 Europe Liberty Award in Warsaw in May, are on the front lines of the struggle for liberty. Your struggle for the rule of law, for an open and tolerant society, for opportunity, for free markets, for liberal democracy and the rule of law is an inspiration to people around the world. Please allow me to add to my admiration also an encouragement. I encourage you to be optimists, not because we have infallible knowledge of the future and therefore we know everything will turn out okay. The philosopher Karl Popper explained well that foreknowledge, which the Marxists had foolishly claimed, was impossible. The future is unknowable. I encourage optimism, not because I know now that liberalism will banish oppression and lawlessness, brutality, but because I know that together we will work to make it so. The future is open. It will be what we manage to make of it. Pessimism, in contrast, is self-fulfilling. When you think you will fail, you almost certainly will fail. It is always the optimists who make the future. And I'm sure that you, like me, are determined to be optimists. It's truly an honor for Atlas Network to support Freedom Games, and it is personally an honor for me to be among you.
Dziękujemy pięknie.
The next partner of our event is Google, and now I would like to give the floor to Marcin Olender, who is the Manager of Government Relations and Public Policies for Central and Eastern Europe at Google.
Thank you very much. Good evening. It is a great pleasure and honor to be the supporting partner for the next time here at the Freedom Games. As you could hear, this is a unique event that is a huge meeting of people who love liberty to talk about challenges, perspectives, and threats. You may ask why we would support this event, why the idea of freedom is so important to us. Well, I will not exaggerate if I say that Google is a child of freedom, this great eruption of liberty caused by the internet. All of a sudden, millions, then billions of people were able to communicate with the entire world. That was a revolution of a Gutenberg importance. It created an ocean of information for which my company was established, because we are trying to deliver this ocean of information in an arranged manner to all the people. This explosion of freedom didn't only bring good things, it brought polarizations, frauds, bad content, and recently, in the international context, disinformation, not only about science, but that controlled by authoritarian regimes that aim at destabilizing our societies. These are harsh, adverse things we have to face, and I trust we will find time to talk about it during these 3 days and find a solution and a way forward. I'd like to appeal on behalf of Google that the solutions we provide never destroy the core of liberty. We may dispute how to combat negative phenomena, but may freedom be always the utmost value. As you heard before, there is the tendency in crisis to restrict liberty. There may be good grounds for that, but please remember, when we have war, aggression behind our eastern border, aggression against peaceful, independent country is a deadly aggression, but it is also an attack on our shared values, freedom included. When solving problems, let's give evidence that freedom is fundamentally good, and we can work out solutions that will prove it to the world. I'd like to thank you, Liberté Foundation, for those years of cooperation. Congratulations on this biggest Freedom Games, and I hope it's going to be a time of good meetings. Thank you. Thank you. And Golem Foundation, let me invite Julian Zawistowski, the Foundation Director. Good afternoon. Well, it's a difficult task ahead of me. So many excellent speakers before me. I do not represent a city or an international corporation, so I should say why I am here, perhaps a bit more personally than my four speakers. I am here because I am afraid that our institutions, Polish in particular, but global in general, institutions of liberal democracy, of law, are a danger. Not because there is some abstract threat against them from aliens, but because they evolve too slowly compared to those rapid changes of the world now and here. I would say the changes mainly apply to two fields. Firstly, socio-economic problems are happening so quickly and are so serious that our institutions do not follow. On the other hand, this technological revolution has given us a lot of good things, but also brought about changes the institutions are not ready for. I used to work with Polish public institutions. I was a consultant. I ran different projects with them. And a couple of years ago, around 2015, I decided that the escapism was what I needed. I quit my job. I went to the world of decentralized technology. There I looked for different solutions for institutional problems in a different composition, in a different way, with some success. However, that was a sort of escapism, but we need to solve the problems now, here, in the institutions we have. And when I was wondering how, in this reality that has been catching us, how I could help in this institutional change, I thought that in Poland and Europe in general, there is little knowledge about radical exchange, something that has been growing rapidly in the US. It is sometimes named a radical liberalism or radical liberal markets. But it's not libertarianism. On the contrary, it is an attempt to put together the concept of freedom, liberalism, including economic one, with a more inclusive approach to decision making. It's a search for what our voting method should be, how to disclose our preferences, or perhaps how to solve this old problem of the Polish cinema, how to choose the voting method. I'd like to invite you to this thematic path, radical exchange, 21st century infrastructure from state capacity to shared capacity. And I'd like to thank Liberté and all the organizers for inviting us. And I wish you the great Freedom Games. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And
ladies and gentlemen, the 9th edition of the Freedom Games, the Green Independence, have been officially opened. The speakers expressed not only the words of welcome, but the words of gratitude. We have thanked the partners, co-organizers, substantive, supportive media partners. We have thanked voluntaries. Without them, this event would be much more difficult to organize. So we would like to thank them cordially. We should also thank our Freedom Games audience here in EC1 and in front of their computer screens who are watching us, the streaming, the Freedom Games can be viewed through the website. And as we hear during hip-hop concerts, let's make a lot of noise. Let's welcome one another. The audience from EC1 and the audience which are connected via fast internet. So welcome to the 9th Freedom Games, the Green Independence. Since everyone has introduced themselves, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Olga Brzezińska, and I will have pleasure and honor to accompany you during this 3-day journey. And in a moment, we will commence the substantive, the topical session. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's the time to commence the first debate, the first panel. Behind our eastern border, there is the war, and throughout the world, there are forces of citizens and governments who are to show their support to Ukraine and to support the Ukrainians. In the first debate, we will be looking at the EU, and we will run into the future to consider how will we organize ourselves after the end of the war. So the guests of Piotr Buras will include Timothy Garton Ash, British historian, a professor of European Studies at the University of Oxford, Sylvie Kaufmann, who is a French journalist of Agence France Presse and newspaper and Le Monde newspaper, and Rafał Trzaskowski, who is mayor of Warsaw, political scientist and a specialist in European affairs. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you warmly on behalf of the European Council. We are on foreign relations. We are very happy that we are the partner of the Freedom Games and that we can host this debate. I am very happy to welcome the members of our European Council on Foreign Relations, but especially I am very happy that I can welcome you to the debate on a very difficult topic. Looking into the future maybe is not a task for optimists. The question about the European Union after the war, it's with a question mark. So we are asking ourselves that we can look into the future to so far away while we are in the middle of this dramatic conflict. There are many more questions. For example, a question on the nature of the war, to what extent this is our war. We have heard a lot about values that are under risk, that Russia is attacking the liberal democracy and Europe. And all the time we are saying that we are not a part of the war, of this war, that we are standing a bit aside as the West, as NATO and the European Union. So it is one of the questions we can think of when we are thinking of the European Union after the war. So I would like to start the discussion with a question to Timothy Garton Ash. I would like to ask you about your initial assessment where Europe is right now after the 7 months of the war, because I think that the EU is associated with the project of peace, that in Europe here we believe in globalization, integration, codependence, that all these factors develop stability and security. We believe that our values are strong and attractive also to others. So, from this perspective, the war is quite an exceptional feeling. So, what have we learned about ourselves and our self-image? How has it changed, or it should help?
Europe, and contemporary Europe for me is two overlapping periods: post-war, post-1945, and what I call post-wall Europe, that is since the fall of the Berlin Wall. And in a curious way, now we're back to the largest war in Europe since 1945, so there's a going back. For the Ukrainians, post-war will be after this war, not after 1945. And what we've discovered, I think, is the end of the illusions of the post-wall period, the post-1989 period. The illusion that we have a Europe without war. I mean, despite the fact we had 5 wars in former Yugoslavia, Georgia, and then war in Ukraine since 2014, many Europeans have lived with the illusion that we had no war in Europe. The illusion that we could slash our defense spending, we weren't going to have a major interstate war in Europe, So we'd have different kinds of security. The illusion that it was all about the economy. By the way, actually, populism started destroying that illusion, because in populism it wasn't its economy stupid, it was its culture stupid. But this finally destroys that illusion. The illusion that interdependence is necessarily going to enhance our security. So it's fine to go on building up our energy dependence from Russia. Amazingly, Angela Merkel, speaking yesterday, still hasn't acknowledged that it was a huge mistake to increase Germany's energy dependence from Russia after 2014. But one other illusion, which I think, Piotr, is really important. The illusion that the largest remaining empire in Europe, namely the Russian Empire, would just softly and suddenly vanish away, and there wouldn't be a fight back. Historians could have told you that that's not what empires do. Empires fight back against the loss of empire. Ask the British, Kenya. Ask the French, if I may say so, Sylvie, Algeria. Ask the Portuguese, Angola and Mozambique. So we should have expected the empire to strike back and not have thought that we were out of the woods. It's very interesting that the guy who is now in charge of Russian forces in Ukraine participated in the putsch in August 1991. And in a way, what we're getting now is what would have happened if the putsch had succeeded in August 1991, the empire striking back. So in that sense, I think this really ends both those overlapping periods, the post-war period and the post-wall period. Very quickly, what lessons do we draw? Well, the lessons speak for themselves from what I've just said. We need to pay attention to the military again. We need to help Ukraine to win the war and Putin to lose the war. Let's be absolutely clear about that. We also need to help Ukraine to win the peace. And that may be a whole lot more difficult if you think of the economic and social condition to which Ukraine has been reduced. And then, last sentence, we need to set out to create, for the first time ever in European history, a genuinely post-imperial Europe. A Europe in which, for the first time, there are no empires abroad or at home. And for me, the centerpiece of that is the strategic goal of an enlargement of the European Union, both to Southeastern Europe and now also to Eastern Europe. And that's, for me, the agenda for the next 30 years.
Dziękuję bardzo. Ja do kwestii
I would like to stay with the European Union about the crisis and the war. The question to Cynthia Kaufman, it is not the first serious conflict or crisis that has shaken Europe in the past 10, 15 years. We had a number of crises. Many said would bring the EU to collapse. We spoke about Euro crisis, migration crisis, the Brexit was a dramatic experience that was a forecast, supposed to be a forecast of EU collapse. But as Timothy Garton says, we may say that this crisis is exceptional. Tim mentioned the cracking of illusions that certain foundations collapsed of our worldview. And from this perspective, I need to ask you how far the European Union as an institution, organization, faced the challenge, or did it face or not? If the crisis is so deep, how do we assess what the EU has been doing in the past 7 months?
And good evening. It's great to be in this magnificent place with all of you here in Poland and in Łódź. You know this, you've mentioned several of these crises we've been through in this century as European Union, and you know this famous saying from Jean Monnet, one of the founders of the EU, that the EU only grows through crisis. And through most of these crises that you've mentioned, the EU has grown as a more integrated institution, and maybe probably the exception being the migration crisis, the refugee crisis. But if you look at the Euro crisis, as painful as it was, it has strengthened the economic and financial institutions of the EU. COVID-19, of course, has allowed the Commission and the Member States to decide this, to set this enormous recovery plan, which was really a big step ahead in terms of integration. And this war, of course, is another kind of challenge. But I think if you ask the question, has the EU met the challenge? Of course, we're not done yet, and I'm afraid all the prospect is that it's going to last for some time. We'll have to face this challenge for more time, and it will probably become tougher and tougher. But so far, I think it has brought us closer together, actually, as Brexit did, in a different kind of crisis. But we have managed to keep the unity so far. I think the decisions which were taken at the beginning about the sanctions were taken very quickly, very fast, and they were strong. They were stronger than they had ever been before. Russia was a very divisive issue, and again, this unity has been maintained. I think one spectacular thing also is this European Peace Facility, which is something which had been created to fight terrorism, to help Africa, and so on. And suddenly we found, I mean, these people in Brussels found that this could be used to reimburse member states who deliver weapons to Ukraine. So the European Union project born, to make peace, is now paying its member states to deliver weapons to a country at war. So I think this is also a major step, and the European Peace Facility, this arm, has already spent 2.5 billion euros reimbursing member states for the weapons they have delivered to Ukraine, and they now want to go up to 3 billion. So I think that's something which is already visible. I think the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has also been stronger. She went 3 times to Kiev. She has pushed this case. She has really pushed the case to give candidacy status to Ukraine and Moldova. So I think that was also a major step. And then we have 2 other challenges that we are facing right now, and it's the energy challenge, but also, if you look at it, in 7 months, we've passed from a dependency rate of 41% of dependency from Russia, in gas dependency from Russia, to 7.5%. So that's also, I think, an achievement. Now we have to preserve the unity on further steps on the energy strategy, but I think we've already come some way. And finally, we are I think the major challenge we are still facing is this weapons delivery, because of course all member states are not delivering the same quantity of weapons, and we probably will talk about it later, but 2 big member states are being criticized for not delivering enough weapons. So we have still quite a way to go on this field.
Dziękuję bardzo, Sylwii. Rafał, ty
Thank you very much. Rafał, you've been watching the war, observing the war and the role of the EU from two perspectives. You are a practitioner who deals with problems related to the conflict on a daily basis. You have about 250,000 Ukrainian refugees in Warsaw and its neighborhoods, but you are also a specialist on European integration, and I've just learned that you've been teaching European integration for 25 years to students. What are your conclusions after 6-7 months? Have you learned anything about the EU in the past 6 months? Has anything surprised you? Has anything confirmed your views? What are your lessons? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I haven't been an expert for a long time. That's a pretty interesting experience to get back to old times. I'm happy to be on the stage with Timothy Ash and Sylvie. When I read the best book about solidarity written by Timothy, then I wouldn't ever believe I would stay on one stage with him, just like I learned French to stay with a French journalist on stage. Well, we can learn a lot about the European Union today, and we can observe certain trends. Sylvie has quoted that EU or European integration grows in crises. Alas, there are too many of those, and they are so deep that they can indeed strengthen the EU or kill it. Starting from the financial crisis that the EU has coped with to some extent, then there was the pandemic, that the EU wasn't ready for it. It had no prerogatives in that area. Remember purchasing vaccinations, solving problems together. The EU was not ready for that. It was far from easy. Now we have another crisis, this terrible war behind our eastern border, the refugee crisis, to which the EU was prepared somehow because of 2015-2016, although by the EU law, these are not refugees. Different regulations apply here, and obviously the energy crisis. So crises are multiple. The energy crisis, for which the EU would be absolutely not prepared, be it not for Polish attempts to pay attention to that. In 2004, we started to talk about establishing energy union. I remember the Germans at that time who were trying to block the project for many years. They didn't want to consent to joint purchases for many years, and that was a great mistake. They became dependent on Russia and treated Russia as a regular business partner. What comes out of that? The EU nature is changing. The European Union is like a miracle. The method invented in the 1950s to integrate bottom-up, where we have this strong community factor, not just international factor, that creates certain balance between institutions. We had experts who didn't only think in national categories, they think about the interest of whole union. And we had the states that made decision and the European Parliament growing in power. That balance is shaking today. In most crises, this intergovernment factor, well, member states wanted to solve the problems on their own. And we come to the next crisis that we haven't mentioned yet, the growing populism. The total growth of populism, which translates into many European countries with political parties that negate the EU or believe that the EU should be or is a regular international organization. just like in Poland. It is not just misunderstanding. It is not using the EU as a scapegoat, and we know how it ended in the UK, but that is also an attempt to destroy the system that is operating today and an attempt to turn the EU as an intergovernmental organization. Have a look at the discussion between populist parties. They say that union, strange union, is imposing something as if we were not a party to it. That's the question. Will the EU live through the crisis? Is it ready to face this crisis and many others you've just mentioned? So far, it's been coping pretty well with what we've discussed. It is united. It reacts quickly. But the cost of this war shall be incurred by citizens in the weeks to come. Will the EU stand? Will the states keep their strong position? It's unknown. We will see in the weeks to come whether the EU and member states will face the responsibility and pay the cost. That is the greatest test you can ever imagine. And the final thought, following the second hat on my head, is that the EU is not ready to cope with populism. It's not, the EU mechanism do not allow for it. And today, local authorities are on the front line of solving all the crises, being the pandemic, being the refugee issues, where all the responsibility is left with local authorities, and the EU doesn't have a strategy. Poland doesn't want one. Is not asking the EU to get a strategy. And the energy crisis today, all of a sudden, we see that it's local authorities to cope with it. A simple recipe, slight direct financing for local authorities to run joint projects would solve several problems at a time, help us in the front line of the crisis, and solve the populism problem. We are schizophrenic today. Money for Poland is locked, and it's the money that Poland needs. Otherwise, we'll be economic museum. We want the EU to be harsh on rules. But on the other hand, why should we all pay the bill for that? It would be good if money was transferred in small portions directly to local authorities, and then we will instantly see the added value of the EU. And that is the great test. Will EU be able to think innovatively as the situation demands, also in terms of the budget that will not be enough to cope with the challenges ahead? We cannot be told that we need to solve the refugee problems with the left money or with the money planned for spending with the energy crisis. Either EU member states find extra money or we can't cope with the crisis.
Two questions concerning your intervention. It sounds very reasonable, your idea that the EU should provide funding to local governments, provide funding to the levels that are responsible for the refugees. And secondly, you have said that the EU should find more money, should have a strategy on refugees. So do you think that this crisis should make the integration stronger? Do we need more European Union? Is this the answer? Or maybe it's more balance? The first question. There are mechanisms, thanks to our initiatives, that some money, little money is provided. For instance, this 100 green cities, it's the initiative by Franz Timmermans. So there is a mechanism, but we need to find some money to develop these initiatives. When we're talking about the deeper integrations, I don't like dogmates. We have to draw conclusions from Brexit. The EU shouldn't be dealing with all the areas. Some areas have to have more integration. For example, when we're talking about the green agenda or the issues concerning refugees or health, where European Union has to help. We have to consider whether EU maybe is over-regulated in some areas, and in some areas we really need very deep integration. So we need to draw some conclusions. We mustn't just say that the Union should be integrated in all aspects. It won't lead us anywhere. Let's stay with this theme. We are talking about the war and the consequences for the EU. It's one of the key questions about the future for integration. Tim, if I can ask you for your reflection. We are discussing the European super state. Can you see these tendencies? Do you perceive such tendencies at all? Or other facts that respond to the problems addressed by Rafał, or maybe it's rather something invented by the critics of the European Union.
Exchange about the famous Jean Monnet principle that the European Union advances through crises. Crises strengthen the European Union except when they don't. Some do, some don't. I came this morning from Budapest. We have a full member state of the European Union which is no longer a democracy, and whose head of government is going off to Moscow, meeting with Putin to secure his own energy needs, and launching frontal criticism of the EU sanctions. That's a crisis that didn't strengthen the European Union. We have a Polish government which, in this situation, is launching a grotesque anti-German campaign. Jarosław Kaczyński, Unia Europejska bez maski to są Niemcy. An absurd position to take. We have in Italy a post-neo-fascist head of government with two coalition partners who have spoken in extremely positive terms about Vladimir Putin. So, you know, some crises do, but some crises don't. And now, as Rafał rightly said, we're going into an incredibly tough winter with the economic consequences both of COVID and of the war in Ukraine, producing very high inflation, cost of living crisis, most probably a recession, certainly in many parts of the European Union. Bad times are good for populists. So I agree very much with Rafał. We should not underestimate the degree of the challenge we face. Now, to your question, Piotr, my view is this. Vladimir Putin has, in a way, gifted us a new strategic agenda for the European Union. I met Olaf Scholz, one of Olaf Scholz's right-hand men, closest advisors, 3 days before the 24th of February. And I asked him about Scholz's attitude to EU enlargement, and he said, Scholz's view is the Western Balkans, but nothing more. That's it. That's the end of EU enlargement. 4 months later, Olaf Scholz is in Kiev saying, I very much support the candidacy of Ukraine. 6 months later, he's in Prague, giving, in my view, a very good speech in which he says, we need a strategy for enlargement to the Western Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. And in order to do that without destroying the European Union, we need more deepening of the European Union. So that, for example, Viktor Orban cannot block another round of sanctions or another decision about Vladimir Putin. So there is a really powerful strategic logic which, as in the 1990s, connects widening and deepening. And I think that's very good news for the European Union, because it actually gives you a major new impulse, a major new direction, where the rationale for deepening is not just we always need more Europe, which is what Brussels is always inclined to say. That's not good news. There the Eurosceptics have a point, but we actually need it because we are pursuing a vision of a post-imperial Europe, a Europe genuinely whole and free.
Dziękuję, Tim. Sylwii, ty napisałaś...
Thank you, Tim. Several weeks ago, you wrote a text in Financial Times. It was quite popular in Europe. Le Monde also has commented upon this paper. You were writing about the politics, European politics, moving towards the East as a result of the war. So your thesis is that Western Europe has dominated in the process of integration. Now, as a result of the war in Ukraine, as a result of the attitude of the Central Eastern Europe, now the focus is moving to the East. So I would like you to explain how you perceive, how this transformation is manifesting itself, and whether this process is durable, whether this process is only related with this conflict. And hopefully this conflict will be over soon and the transformation will be complete. And do you think that it will mean a permanent transformation for the European Union?
Timothy has mentioned this dimension of this imperial war and the fact that it's another stage in the breakup of the Russian Empire. So I think I totally agree, and I think Europe will not be the same after this, when this war ends. Whenever it ends and however it ends, and I hope it ends well. And I think it will end well for Ukraine and for us. But I think the EU and Europe will be completely different. As you said, for decades, the engine of Europe, in fact, of the European Union, was geographically situated in the West, or let's say Germany, northern France, what we call Benelux, Brussels, Netherlands, Luxembourg, and northern Italy. And that was really the economic engine, but also, I think, the political engine of the EU. Now, with Europe enlarging to the east, and with this very, very powerful dynamic given by the war in Ukraine and by the behavior of the Ukrainians, I have to say, this is also, the lesson they are teaching to all of us. Not only by their fight and the way they are waging this war and they're defending themselves, but also by the attachment to democracy and freedom that they are showing. So I think this is really a very powerful political movement in the East. Now, from the East, and since we are going to negotiate their accession to the EU, that will be this. That's why I say the center of gravity is probably going to move east, and we already see it. And so the Franco-German tandem, or couple, or whatever you call it, which was also this engine within this geographical zone, will still stay strong, I think, because these are still the two biggest countries in Europe. But you can see that politically they are on the defensive. They are put on the defensive by this new situation because they didn't plan this, they didn't listen to the Eastern and Central European countries, which were warning them for decades also, for the past 30 years, let's say, that they would have to pay much more attention. You mentioned the more attention to Russia and to Russia's goals. You mentioned the project of the energy union, which, so they have to regain their footing. I think they will regain their footing only in a very strong partnership with those Central European countries. Now, there is Poland. Poland has obviously a very crucial role to play in this future Europe, however it looks like. But how is it going to play it? We don't know, because there is a contradiction now, I think, in Poland's role, which is that it needs a more integrated Europe to fight, to help Ukraine, so that we all win this challenge together. But at the same time, politically, domestically, it's acting against this integration. You know, it wants a different Europe. It wants an intergovernmental Europe. It wants, so how is Poland going to overcome this contradiction? I think Poland has a huge opportunity now to regain a crucial role in Europe, you know, to be a real important actor and player in this new configuration if the center of gravity does move to the east. So I just hope it's not going to waste this opportunity.
Dziękuję bardzo i oczywiście.
Thank you very much. Rafa would like to react to that. I have a question. I'm not fully convinced that the shift of the EU decision-making center or integration center to the east is permanent. I believe there is an opportunity. And the question to Rafał, how to use that opportunity? Because paradoxically, I would say you may disagree that Poland today is on the EU arena potentially as strong as never before, that our potential is so huge. What can we do with it? Well, potentially it is, but it is not, because of what our government is doing. Let's begin from saying that I do not know whether that shift eastwards is a fact. Potentially, indeed, Poland, following what is happening in the EU in respect of Brexit, then there is no strong German leadership, that the French-German engine that we speak of doesn't work as smoothly as it used to. Potentially, Poland could play a far more important role, but not with this government. One more essential comment. Sylvie says, and it's always frequently interpreted, that peace wants an intergovernmental union, but if the EU is intergovernmental fully, it will be managed by strong governments, and peace is afraid of that. So the balance of strong EU institutions and community institutions that think about shared interests make it EU not managed by one or two member states. I will opt for a thesis that even if it was purely intergovernmental union, we would have no energy union. It was the alliance between some governments and the EU Commission resulted in energy union. So we want balanced union, not state-managed. But there is an issue with expansion. The key problem with expanding the EU is that EU promised membership to Ukraine. I'm happy about it. The point is, will it be able to fulfill the promise? The Western Balkan states were promised membership in 2003 during the Saloniki summit. 20 years have lapsed almost. There is no membership. The question is, will the EU be ready to admit Ukraine quickly in a foreseeable future? It's not year 2 or 5, but not 20 or 50. Will it be able to sustain that great effort, financial, geopolitical? Because if we accept Ukraine and the EU, that means the EU would need to take far more responsibility in respect of common defense, security and defense policy. Is the EU ready for that? It's a huge test. I'm happy to hear that declaration. However, now we are facing a true test of EU determination. If it fulfills its obligations. But getting back to the question, there is a huge potential to change the powers distribution in the EU. Pity we are wasting the opportunity. Tim, referring to Rafa's words, let's leave Polish policy behind, but consider the lessons we can learn from the crisis, from war, for EU, for the world. Because it is that we say many positive words about the European Union, what it did in the crisis, but we can also have a different perspective. If it wasn't for the US, our military assistance for Ukraine would be negligible. If it wasn't the US, we would feel endangered truly in Europe. At the same time, we have the ambitions of building geopolitical union. Rafał mentioned that we must invest more in defense. But is it so that the war is showing us that the illusion of geopolitical union is just illusion, that we see the reality, that the US is the only serious player and we are lagging behind? Or is the conclusion that there is no alternative? Perhaps the US in a couple of years will no longer provide an umbrella for us and we have to do more. There is no alternative to that. However, nothing is without alternatives in politics.
Agree that potentially this is an incredible moment for Poland to have great influence inside the EU, and it's being completely wasted. It also illustrates something important, which is Sylvie talked about contradictions. The consequences of these multiple challenges sometimes cancel each other out or in tension with each other. For example, I think it's really important, particularly just having come from Hungary, that the EU keeps up the conditionality, the linkage between EU funds and rule of law, democracy, media pluralism. But it's quite clear to me that actually that's going to weaken because of the context of the Ukrainian war, I'm afraid, in relation to Poland and Hungary. Point number one. Point number two, and Sylvie mentioned arms supplies. You know, it is absurd that we're messing around because all our militaries have different and often not interoperable equipment, so that our arms supplies to Ukraine are in many ways fantastically incoherent. So clearly we should be doing much more military integration, which means integration of our defense industry, which is extremely different for states because they don't like giving up their control of their defense industries. But so we need to get tougher and more integrated. And we also need to think of ourselves in Europe as a power, right? You mentioned superstate. Tony Blair had a line which I still think is pretty good. We don't want a superstate, but we want a superpower. And I still believe that should be our aspiration, l'Europe puissance, to be a really powerful Europe. But to your question, the notion that we are actually going to get to anything that could meaningfully be called strategic autonomy in the next 2 years before the 2024 election in the United States is for the birds. It's a complete illusion to think that we can do that. Of course, we should work in that direction, but let's be absolutely clear. For our hard security in relation to Russia and China, we're still going to need the United States. So if Donald Trump is elected in 2024, it's going to be a moment of great danger for us because we won't be that superpower by 2024. My hope is, given that the one thing on which Republicans and Democrats, or most Republicans and Democrats agree, is Ukraine, that even Donald Trump might be constrained in pulling back from NATO because of the context of the Ukraine war. Very last comment. The biggest thing the EU can do is a strategic agenda of widening and deepening. That's absolutely clear to me. If we succeed, it will be without precedent in European history. For 2,000 years, the European conundrum has been how to find the balance between unity and diversity. And we succeeded in the Holy Roman Empire, right? For quite a long time. We succeeded in Charlemagne's Europe, Carolingian Europe, which not accidentally was the original Europe of the European community. But how you do that in a European Union of 35 member states, that's something we've never done before. And so the relationship between the Carolingian core Europe and this large periphery in Eastern and Southeastern Europe is going to be a huge challenge.
No właśnie, to mnie prowadzi do dwóch pytań.
That leads me to two questions for Sylvie. Both regard France somehow. Tim mentioned that the vision of the strategic Europe or autonomous strategy of the European Union, or the European Union that is a coherent, independent actor on the international arena, is unrealistic now. I feel it is not exactly the Paris approach. Could you comment on that? And secondly, the idea of the European political community, a summit that happened last week in Prague, when they established, it's not an institution, a summit of 44 states, European states, of similar thinking about international law, condemning Russian aggression. That was the idea of Emmanuel Macron to create a collaboration forum with the states that aspire to be EU members. How this idea relates to the geopolitical Europe idea, to what Tim just said. What's behind it? Are we going to have two-speed union? Where does this idea take us?
But I can explain the context. We don't know where we're going to actually in all this context, in all this situation today. First, regarding strategic autonomy, of course, Macron hasn't given up on his dream, and he even thinks that this is a new opportunity for it. That, as you said, I mean, it's not only 2024 who we might have a completely different president in the White House, but already in the midterm elections in a few weeks' time, a couple of weeks, in early November, you know, we might have a more complicated situation in Washington, D.C. So it is ironic that we are, of course we are, the security situation and this war would be completely different if it were not for the US. Definitely, I think the US is providing alone more than all the European states together. So that gives you an idea of how important and existential it is. And we are not ready to substitute this power, of course. But, I mean, if we don't start now, when are we going to start? I mean, you know, it will always be too late. So I think this is a very strong argument, what's happening now, for pushing, you know, European autonomy. This word of autonomy, of course, is not very popular. Maybe sovereignty is better, or capacity to act, or whatever you call it. But I think it is also in the interest of the United States to have a stronger Europe, which has more capacity to defend itself. So, and at the moment, the European defense industry is not progressing, because all this money which is being spent is spent mostly on the American industry. So no, I think this effort should go on, and I think it has been progressing over the past few years, and I think France, my bet is that France will keep pushing it. About this 44 meeting in Prague, you know, when Macron suggested this idea in May, nobody, including in France, nobody took it really seriously. We all thought, in Europe and in France, everybody thought it's another, gadget or whatever. Because of the situation, I think countries outside the EU took advantage of it, because there was a need to show also that Europe as a whole, beyond the European Union, had to show Russia and the rest of the world that it was a real entity driven by some common values. It's not only countries aspiring to EU membership which took part. The United Kingdom came, Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, came, which was quite a surprise, but she obviously felt that there was something to gain for her also there. And one last thing, I don't think the case was made, and that was very important, that it was not an alternative to EU membership, and I think that's what convinced aspiring countries which aspire to be EU members to come and to embrace this idea. One thing I like about this, it's not going to become another institution or another organization, but it will meet every 6 months somewhere. There will be the summit of probably 44 countries every 6 months, once in a EU country and once in a non-EU country. So next meeting will be in Moldova, which I think is great. Probably the third one will be in Spain, and the fourth one will be in the United Kingdom, which is also great, I think. Yeah, and I think last thing, I think this gathering of 44 countries is another expression of what I said earlier, that Europe will not be the same. So yeah, I mean, you cannot really have a European Union the way it functions now of 36 or 40 members. So yes, there will be other dimensions, other ways of acting together.
No właśnie, to jest
What Sylvia has said, it leads us to this question mark in the title of our debate, whether the EU after the war, what will it look like? So I would like to continue with this theme because the perspective of enlargement has reached the breakthrough point, at least if we look at the political declarations concerning the position of EU candidates of such countries as Moldova and Ukraine. So it's very important to the EU. Rafał has mentioned that he's afraid that this process maybe will not be that fast, and it may actually cause some frustrations, as it has happened in the Balkans. Sylvie and Tim has said that the EU will be completely different. So let's consider what will happen when the Ukraine will join the Ukraine. How will it change the EU, and how the EU will have to change to make sure that the Balkan states and Ukraine, Moldova will be able to join the EU, to make sure that the EU remains the organization, the organism that is functioning efficiently and effectively. Of course, the problem is what kind of union will it have to be? I am very afraid of huge disappointment. Now we have some emotions concerning what is going on in Ukraine, and I would like to emphasize that it's great that the decision has been made. However, we have to ask whether the overall EU in a year or in 2 years' time will be ready to treat this proposal seriously. Building EU as a region which will develop with different speeds. Actually, it started during Mitterrand's government. Now we need flexibility. Some countries can integrate more closely in specific areas, and of course everyone else will be able to participate. Schengen is an example. We've got an agreement that we can share data on DNA. Of course, not all member states have consented. Not all marriages are recognized, and that's fine. If we are going to develop completely separate institutions, when there will be a government in France that will have a completely different ideas on different separate institutions, this will be a problem. We will have a big fragmentation. So, for example, Bosnia citizens and other countries, they do not want to be members of the European Union of slow speed. Everybody wants to be a member state of the Union which has high speed. Maybe we have made a mistake. Many of my friends say, well, you have cheated. You see, this is the way Poland is. You have promised a different Poland, and this is absurd. So it can actually lead to the situation that the EU will fall apart, especially if we maintain to have populist governments. So there is a huge danger that we will disappoint these great hopes, expectations. If the EU is going to work, if Ukraine and Moldova are going to become member states, then the EU will have to be stronger when we consider foreign and defense-related policy. Of course, these countries have to be member states in NATO. EU has to cooperate with NATO, and the budget of the EU will have to be completely different, because integrating Ukraine with the EU will cost hundreds of millions of euros. So the current budget is insufficient. This would mean that the cohesion policy, agricultural policy will have to be closed down if Ukraine would join. So these are the true questions we have to answer, and the EU has to answer these questions, and I'm afraid about the next 3 months, not a decade or 15 years. I am worried whether the EU will be able to cope with the energy crisis nowadays. We have 4 minutes to go, and I would like to ask each one of you a question not what will happen in a decade, but what will happen in next 3 months, and in your opinion, what are your greatest fears and hopes for the next 3 months? We were talking about different threats of populism, anti-European attitudes. What can happen? What can provide an impulse to strengthen? And what can weaken us? Tim, 1 minute.
One word. I think we all agree that we need more European power. When you start talking about autonomy, you hear the voice of Charles de Gaulle, Europe versus the United States. That divides us. But European power we need. Obviously, the winter is going to be very tough. Having a post-neo-fascist head of government in the third largest economy in the EU and a founding state of the EU is a real challenge. I think the guy who might come to our rescue is actually called Vladimir Putin, in the sense that every time one feels that the unity of the European Union is beginning to crumble, he does something so atrocious, lands a cruise missile on a children's playground, or the German consulate in Kiev, very good move that he pulls us together again. So I'm actually cautiously optimistic that we will get through this winter, but our title is unbelievably optimistic. After the war. What do you mean after the war? We're right in the middle of this war. It could go on for a very long time. It could get worse. So the biggest challenge we have is to get to after the war.
Yeah, I agree. And also that the peace may be even more difficult to manage than the war, because, you know, what happens, my hope is that we don't get divided again about how to manage Russia after the war. But this is not for the next 3 months. That's for much later. And the next 3 months, my fear is that public opinion, because of the price rises and the energy prices, and that people in Western Europe particularly get really tired. My hope is that I don't see it happening right now. And it is true that prices are really high for a lot of people and life is becoming more difficult. But at least in France, for instance, I don't see the support for Ukraine going down. And people are still it's still very much a big issue and people are still very motivated. So this is my hope that we can hold it.
Rafał, ostatnie słowo.
And Rafał, the last word is for you. I agree with Tim. The title is very optimistic, because if the war is over, what will happen with Russia next? Russia will be unstable. It will be probably in a huge crisis, and we will have to respond to this crisis. And if the EU becomes democratic, actually, if Russia becomes democratic, EU will have to help. So we hope that there will not be authoritarianism. It will not develop. The next 3 months will be like a test, whether we will maintain the unity, whether we keep the heart standing. Tough standing for the overall democracy and for the transatlantic treaty. Every crazy man in the world is watching what is going on in the European Union, and if the European Union is durable and maintains its position, there is a high chance that the world will be more stable. If the EU fails this test, then the conflicts, there will be more conflicts than the conflicts that it's close to us. Thank you very much. The time is up. I hope it wasn't the time we have lost, so thank you very much for a great discussion. The next debate, which will take place after our debate, is called "Do Not Believe in Anything That Will Be Said During Tonight's Debate." I hope that it does not refer to our debate. We have discussed many topics which, luckily or unluckily, will keep their validity, not throughout the next 3 months, but for longer. So thank you very much for your participation. I would like to thank Sylwii Kaufman, Tim and Rafał Trzaskowski. Timothy R. Garden Ash will sign his book in the foyer, published by Kultura Liberalna. So if anyone would like to get the book signed, this is a good opportunity. So thank you very much for your attention and have a nice evening. So the previous debate has presented several quite pessimistic scenarios. So I've got a proposal. Do you remember the time without uncertainty and crisis? And can you be an optimist in this world? This is the topic of the speech by Johan Norberg, who is an Alpha lecturer and documentary filmmaker born in Sweden. He has written books on a broad range of topics, including global economics and popular science, including progress and reasons to look forward, so on and so forth. He's a senior fellow at the Cato Institute in Washington, D.C. and the European Center for International Political Economy in Brussels. He promised that there will be optimism in his speech. So let's welcome him, Mr. Johan Norberg. Zamykamy.
In this beautiful location, and with all the people and the debates that we're having here, actually a location that provides more energy now than it did when it was a power plant, I think. So thank you for that. I am most grateful. I'm also very happy being here, despite the fact that my subject is the world and world events. I've been assigned with the difficult task of discussing why we can be optimists despite the way the world looks right now. You might have heard the old saying that I'm not particularly fond or crazy about reality, but it's still the only place to get a decent meal nowadays. So we're here whether we like it or not. Can we be optimists in this world? Well, to tell you the truth, that's a good question, and some mornings I doubt it. Because with all the kind of events that we've witnessed over the past few years, the rise of populism, authoritarian backlashes in democracies, and even more aggressive backlashes in big dictatorships, financial crisis, pandemics, and now Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And with that, the energy crisis, inflation, interest rates rises, even more financial crises ahead. And yet, if we look away from world events, I'll tell you something strange. If we don't look at the specific drama, the horrors of the day, but instead look at the objective indicators of human well-being, we see something strange. Over these past 20 years, we've witnessed crisis after crisis. We've seen war and financial crisis and pandemics. And yet, according to objective indicators of human well-being, these have been the 20 best years in human history. Which sounds counterintuitive. It doesn't feel like it, right? But really, when it comes to extreme poverty, the way it's measured by the United Nations and the World Bank, it has been reduced by almost 100,000 people every day over the past 20 years. Child mortality has been almost halved. Last year, 5 million fewer kids died than in the year 2000, even though we have many more children nowadays. So something went wrong despite all these horrors. And what is that? Well, it is the fact that human beings are a problem-solving species. That's why we've come this far. That's why we went out of the cave and why we survived on the savannah. When we see problems, we try to solve them. And optimism, and this is my take on optimism, it is not a mystical idea that everything will be fine and there will be no problems in the future. Problems are a given. We'll always have them. Optimism is the conviction that we can do something about it. And when we do, we acquire more knowledge and technological capacities, which helps us to solve the next problem that we are facing. This is Julian Simon's paradox. Simon's paradox is named after Julian Simon, the grand old man of development optimism. In the 1970s, when everybody said that we'll face overpopulation, we'll have problems with massive starvation, not just in poor countries, in Europe, in North America as well, because we'll run out of resources. Then Julian Simon said that, no, we are going to solve those problems as long as human beings are free to adapt and improvise and come up with new solutions, as long as human creativity is free. He said this: yes, adding more people causes problems, but people are also the means to solve these problems. The main fuel to speed our progress is our stock of knowledge, and the brake is our lack of imagination. The ultimate resource is people, skilled, spirited, and hopeful people who will exert their wills and imaginations for their own benefits, and inevitably they will benefit not only themselves, but the rest of us as well. When we face problems, according to Simon, we make an increased effort. We gather knowledge, we invent solutions. And that will not only help us deal with a particular problem at hand, but will also raise our general standard of living and our opportunities long term. He understood this when he looked at problems of scarcity, particular resources that we feared that we would be running out of. But when that happens, Simon pointed out, information is spread. We notice it in prices. There's a price increase for this particular resource. This represents an opportunity that leads investors and entrepreneurs and inventors to seek new ways to satisfy our demand. A few succeed coming up with replacements or entirely new methods that don't require that particular resource. This is how we moved from whale oil to petroleum to electric cars. That's how we went from low-yielding crops to high-yielding crops to genetically improved ones. And since the new innovations are in many ways better and cheaper, Julian Simon concluded that the final result might even be that we end up better off than if the original shortage problem had never arisen. That's Simon's paradox, and that paradox tells us why we can be optimists even in the darkest of times. As long as we are free to improvise and adapt, some will come up with great solutions to our problems, and they might even make us better off. What doesn't kill us might actually make us stronger, not in a mystical, macho, Nietzschean kind of way, but more in a nerdy, lab-coatish, entrepreneur in the garage kind of way. That's how the problem of feeding the planet, we're still fighting with it, but not in the kind of way that we did 70 years ago when half the world's population lived in chronic undernourishment. Back then, we faced a problem of lacking fertilizer. We were running out of guano, bird droppings, to use for agriculture to feed the population. What happened then? It concentrated minds, and innovators and engineers started to work on trying to fix nitrogen and get us ammonia from nitrogen from the air. And they succeeded in creating these artificial fertilizer, which helped us deal with that problem of a lack of fertilizer, but also saved the lives of perhaps 2 billion people. 2 billion people around the world, making us better off than we were before we had that problem. And we can see that in the pandemic right now as well. The pandemic was awful, but why wasn't it worse? Because innovators came up with a vaccine. Within a year of even having heard of the virus, they come up with a new vaccine. It didn't take 3,000 years. That's what it used to be when it came to smallpox and the polio. It took us 3,000 years to come up with a vaccine. This time it didn't even take 1 year. But the new mRNA technology that many of those vaccines are based on, the breakthrough might help us with other things as well, because it helps us to turn ourselves into manufacturers of the kind of medicines that we need. So it might help us against other viruses as well, rare genetic disorders, against autoimmune diseases, against cancer. So many clinical trials going on right now. And if successful, they will help us to save more lives every year than the pandemic killed in total. And that's why we shouldn't just focus on the horrors. We should focus on the millions and millions of innovative, creative people who focus their minds and come up with solutions. How do they do that? Well, that shouldn't be a mystery to us here at the Freedom Games, which is described as an event, a meeting of individuals who are curious about the world and open to new ideas. Openness, that's the key. Because openness helps us to come up with new solutions that we couldn't have ourselves, opening us up to the creativity, the hard work, the talent, the brains of other people. We see this in open innovation platforms, where often the solution comes not from people within a specific sector, but often people who have a field of expertise that's very far from it. An open platform like Innocentive, where big organizations like NASA can post a problem that they have with trying to predict solar storms, where an oil firm can post a problem that they are having in trying to separate oil spills from frozen water. They have no idea how to deal with it. But they post it online on an open platform and attach an incentive. If you can solve this problem, you'll get hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then anyone can sign up and become a problem solver. And two things stand out when you look at open platforms like that. The first thing is that so many problems are being solved almost instantly, in a matter of hours or days after they have been posted. Problems that frustrated the greatest minds within organizations and businesses can be solved almost instantly, the moment the rest of the world gets a look. And the other interesting thing, and this explains the first, is that, as two scientists, researchers who looked at Innocentive put it, the further the focal problem was from the solver's field of expertise, the more likely they were to solve it. Which sounds incredibly counterintuitive. It should be the experts in a field who solve the problem, right? But if they could, they would already have done it, because NASA and the oil firm already employs the greatest minds in that particular field. But creativity is the combination of different fields of experience and of creativity. New, fresh eyeballs can look at the problem with new eyes, so that the problem of predicting solar storms wasn't solved by an astronomer, but it was solved by a retired radio engineer with some expertise in plastics and plasma physics. And the problem of oil spills was solved by not someone working in oil, but with cement, but had worked on similar problems over there and could instantly see the similarities and how the different fields could be combined into a new solution. How do you scale that up? How can you scale that up to a national, continental, or planetary level? Well, that's what openness does. That's what openness is about. Open societies, free markets, the world online. The common denominator between them all is that ideas doesn't have to come from the top in a hierarchical way. They can appear anywhere in the network. And then if they're proven functioning, tested by experiments, adaptations, trial and error and competition, they can triumph and make all of us better off. It gives us more brains and more brawn, more curiosity and more collaboration, more experiments and more exchange. As the British Indian author Salman Rushdie, who knows a thing or two about openness and about fundamentalism, puts it, culture comes from hybridity, impurity, intermingling, the transformation that comes of new and unexpected combinations of human beings, cultures, ideas, politics, movies, songs, melange, hodgepodge, a bit of this and a bit of that is how newness enters the world. And that's why open societies succeed. It comes from trial and error, it comes from experiments, it comes from feedback, pushback, competition, adaptation, and new innovations and new combinations. And by its nature, this is unpredictable. We can't plan for it. It doesn't come from a committee, it doesn't come from the top. It comes from the whole network, the whole ecosystem of curiosity and collaboration. And that's why open societies are smarter, because they constantly emerge. They learn from their experiences and from their experiments. And that's why authoritarian, closed societies are paper tigers. They look powerful because the moment they face a problem, someone points everybody in the same direction. So it's action, all hands on deck, let's mobilize at once. But what happens if they point people in the wrong direction? And the risk of that increases the moment you centralize societies. Why do authoritarians shout so much? Well, they do it because they want to drown out everybody else. And therefore, when they look powerful, they lose all the knowledge and all the creativity, the sources of progress, and therefore they can only succeed by imitating and imitate successful societies rather than be creative in their own right, unless they open up. We've seen this in so many places recently. Look at Russia. Putin's invasion of Ukraine is not just a crime against Ukrainians and humanity, it's also a mistake, something that is destroying Russia right now as we speak, economically, culturally, demographically, because decisions had been centralized to one man. Therefore, the system lost all the knowledge, all the checks and balances, so nobody dared to tell him that this would be a disaster, or that Ukrainians didn't want to go and submit to a dictator, or that the commanders had sold all the tank diesel on the black market, or that this war to stop NATO expansion would lead Finland and my own country, Sweden, to apply for membership in NATO. You know, we're so fed up with all the bickering and the polarization in democratic societies, the fact that we fight with one another, are so polarized on Twitter and everybody else. But you know, seen from this perspective, this is our secret weapon. This is our strength, because it means that we constantly scrutinize all the ideas on the table, and we get more ideas on the table. And we constantly correct others and ourselves. And if someone sells all the tank diesel on the black market, someone else is bound to find out and tell the world about it. China is experiencing the same thing right now. Tomorrow we'll have the Communist Party Congress opening up, and I don't think it will be surprising if Xi Jinping wins his third term. I'm not very much into prophesizing the future, but my guess is that he'll win by 2,296 votes to 0. Because that's what happens in dictatorships. But that's 2,296 people who don't dare tell him the truth, who give him an exaggerated sense of his own brilliance. 2,296 worthless individuals, because they do not contribute what they are seeing with their eyes from their own perspective, and therefore they don't make the system smarter. It's not a system of learning and of adaptation. And that's why he can continue with zero COVID policies that are destroying the health of the Chinese population, but also its economy, undermining China's reputation as a reliable supplier. One reason why many companies are now leaving China. And that's one reason why the economy of China is now in shambles. Another one being that they've run out of things to imitate, and they've closed many of the loopholes that opened up some creativity and dynamic entrepreneurialism in China, because those are the kind of things that Xi Jinping and other dictators do not like. And there are now, it's a population that's shrinking, so there are no more farmers to take from the countryside and into factories to raise productivity, and into housing to stimulate the housing sector, which is now crumbling and being destroyed. So right now, China will post a growth rate which is half of what it is in the rest of East Asia. And that's probably an exaggeration as well, because dictatorships fake their data. One data point to tell us the truth of what is going on in the supposedly strong Chinese economy is that desperate property developers in Henan in central China are now trying to lure farmers into buying their apartments by announcing that they accept stocks of garlic as down payments. That tells you something about where they are. And this is an incredibly important insight also when we discuss the environment, because there is the temptation in democracies to say, oh, look at countries like China. Without those checks and balances and bickering and polarization, they can get things done. They can solve the environmental problems. Even a smart guy like Thomas Friedman of New York Times said in a famous article that he wanted to be China for one day, to solve global warming, because we all know what needs to be done. Let's just do it without those that polarization and all those checks and balances. But what do the Chinese authoritarians do when they have all that power, when they're China not just for a day but all year round? Well, yes, they can build twice as many wind turbines as the United States does. They have. And that looks very impressive. But when you look at the power they're generating, there's something strange. Even though they have twice as many wind turbines as the United States, they produce less electricity than the American ones. Because they're less efficient, many are faulty, and a third of them aren't even connected to electrical grids. Because they didn't build wind generators to solve environmental problems or to make money, to respond to correct incentives. They did it because it was in the plan. They had to show that they had built these many wind generators to impress the Chinese and the rest of the world. No, instead, China has more coal power plant than the US has in existence in total. And if you're a friend of Xi Jinping, you can cheat on any emission standards, all the pollution regulation, because he's your friend. He can do anything. He's so powerful. There's no opposition, no polarization, so nobody scrutinizes what is going on. And this is why dictatorships are weak. They can destroy, they can undermine, but they can't build, they can't be creative. And that's the only place to find solutions. And the hope is that there are more good people than bad in the world who want to build rather than destroy. And they can unleash more creativity, more technology to deal with the threats and the problems that we face. There are more people who love liberty. And dictators know this. That's why they censor their own populations. That's why they torture and kill dissidents. Because they're not powerful and self-confident. They're weak and afraid. Because they know that the source of any kind of progress comes from individuals who think for themselves, and that's the one thing that they can't tolerate. And that's why they lose in the long run. They can destroy, they can undermine, but they can't build, they can't become the real long-term superpowers. We see that now from the battlefields of Ukraine to the streets of Iran to the lockdown citizens of Chinese citizens, people who rather fight and risk their lives and torture rather than live another day under tyrants. Which brings us back to the question. The headline for this speech, the title, is it possible to be an optimist in this kind of world? And I think the evidence is there in what we achieve. I'm an optimist because we create so many problems, and yet the objective indicators of human well-being continue to improve, even under these circumstances, in every place where people get a little bit of freedom to improvise and to adapt. We can be optimists, and I also think that we have to be optimists. Pessimism is politically dangerous. We become less open, less curious, and less collaborative, and less adventurous. As the disability rights advocate Helen Keller put it, no pessimist ever discovered the secret of the stars, or sailed to an uncharted land, or opened a new doorway for the human spirit. This is what my book, Open, the Story of Human Progress, is about. When I look at history's golden ages, they were only golden as long as they were open. The moment they became afraid, lost their self-confidence, and shut their eyes and their minds to the rest of the world and to its citizens, they began to decline. And the same places, the same people, but progress had petered out because they stopped being open. We must not let that happen to us. Tom Palmer quoted Karl Popper, the Austrian philosopher, earlier, and I think that's very fitting when we discuss optimism. So let me end with him. Because Popper said, it's not just reasonable to be an optimist, it's our duty to be optimists, because the future is open. Just 6 weeks before Popper's death in 1994, he gave a remarkable interview for a Polish monthly journal, Odra, his last interview as far as I know, where he said this: the possibilities that lie in the future are infinite, and therefore we are all responsible for what the future holds in store. The future depends upon ourselves. It is we who bear the responsibility. Only from this point of view can one be active and do what one can. If you're a pessimist, you have given up. Thus, it is our duty not to prophesize evil, but to look at the world from the point of view of how beautiful it is, and to try to do what we can to make it better. That's his final words, or as Václav Klavel, the great poet and anti-totalitarian, put it more concisely, those that say that individuals are not capable of changing anything are only looking for excuses. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, pomimo tego, że w poprzedniej
In the previous lecture, you have heard about the next duty we have to add to our list. It's the duty of being optimistic. And I think it's rather nice. So now we will try to sadden you a little bit. But of course, it's a joke. We will be talking about patriotism, about citizen and nation, whether the liberal patriotism can be stronger than national attachment. One patriotism or many patriotisms match the contemporary word. The speech will be delivered by Mark Lilla, a philosopher, historian of ideas, publicist, and a professor at Columbia University. Professor, the floor is yours.
On the 23rd of this year, I received an invitation to attend these Freedom Games and speak about citizenship and nationalism. The next morning, Russian troops rolled into Ukraine. So where to begin? The Ukrainian response to the Soviet invasion has been somewhat embarrassing for those of us in the rest of the West. We're used to living in peace and prosperity and are not in the habit of fighting for our way of life or making sacrifices for the common good. And so today we find ourselves asking whether under similar circumstances we would be as courageous and unselfish as the Ukrainians have proved themselves to be. And no sooner do we ask ourselves this question than a blush rises to our cheeks. Perhaps we're being too hard on ourselves. Crises can inspire people to do uncharacteristic things. I hope you'll forgive me for pointing out that Ukraine has never previously been considered a model democracy committed to liberal principles, nor were its citizens known for their sense of fraternity and civic responsibility. Very few observers could have predicted the surge of resistance that followed the Russian invasion. Vladimir Putin was not alone. But how long this feeling will last after the war is over is anyone's guess. There are historical examples of war changing what you might call the DNA of nations, and post-war Germany is a dramatic example of just that kind of transformation. But as we know from our personal relations, the camaraderie that gets forged by a crisis tends to dissipate over time. There is a law of entropy in human relations, just as there is entropy in the physical world. There is even such a thing as moral entropy. One can only expect people to be good for so long. But at this moment, and it's a precious moment, the resistance of the Ukrainians and their sense of solidarity is an inspiration for the rest of us in the West. But to some, it's even more than that. They're beginning to look for a lesson already in Ukraine at war, a lesson that sheds our own countries in a darker light. Already certain liberal intellectuals are holding up the example of Ukraine at war in order to criticize their own societies. They're asking themselves, why can't we be more like Ukraine today? Now, this is not a wise question, but it arises out of a genuine concern about our democratic societies. There's a common feeling that we've lost a sense of civic purpose, that democratic norms are being openly flouted, and that there's a chilling indifference to the public good. Seen from a certain angle, our countries look less like republics of citizens today than assemblies of consumers and web surfers glued to their screens. And meanwhile, of course, a xenophobic nationalism is replacing a generous patriotism that once reflected optimism about the democratic prospect. And so, yes, why can't we be Ukraine? A good example of this line of questioning comes from David Brooks, who is one of the most sober and intelligent journalists working in the United States. Last week in the New York Times, he wrote the following. He said, "The war in Ukraine is not only a military event, it's an intellectual event. The Ukrainians are not only winning because of the superiority of their troops, they're winning because they're fighting for a superior idea." Now, as Brooks goes on to say, that idea is liberal nationalism. He believes that Ukraine is teaching us that a feeling of national belonging need not contradict a commitment to individual liberty. On the contrary, liberalism can ennoble nationalism, teaching it to be generous. And an elevated nationalism can connect liberal principles to our feelings of attachment to each other and inspire us to fight for what we share. And so let us all be liberal nationalists now. This is an admirable wish, and I actually share it. But it begs the following question. Why are we not liberal nationalists today? Why is there so little concern for the public good in contemporary democracies? Why are we such indifferent citizens? And why has, on the contrary, illiberal nationalism acquired such appeal? Now, rather than try to answer these difficult questions, it's much easier to charge Western liberal democrats and democracies with a failure of nerve, an unwillingness to fight. Now, one could write an interesting little book about the role that the charge of a failure of nerve has played in modern politics. We usually associate it with reactionary and militaristic people on the right. One of the ironies, of course, in the present conflict is that Vladimir Putin, who often weaponized this charge, is now the target of it. Because of his military failures, his masculinity, his willingness to fight, has been thrown into question by the radical right that he helped create. But the charge has also been used on the left. Older Poles and Ukrainians in the audience today will remember how the phrase insufficient revolutionary zeal was used to explain failures of the regime or to purge troublesome public figures. Why have we not met the quotas set by the 5-year plan? A lack of revolutionary zeal. Why has the collectivization of farms caused famine? A lack of revolutionary zeal. Behind the magical economic thinking of Marxism-Leninism was a theory of the will to power. Now, among the unfortunate habits that defenders of liberal democracy developed during the Cold War was to use similar rhetoric. If you look back to the writings of the period, it's striking how often the words faith and war appear. We must have faith in democratic principles. We must win the war of ideas. Now, it's understandable why liberals began to speak this way. After all, communism was a messianic faith, and communist intellectuals were not above using force to reach their ends. Not to mention the fact, of course, that communist regimes were a genuine military threat to liberal democracies. But let's remember, the only legitimate object of faith is a God, not an idea. And ideas are not weapons to serve armchair generals. Ideas are legitimate objects of reflection and criticism in the pursuit of truth, and that is all that they are. Ideologies, on the other hand, do inspire faith, and they can and sometimes must be employed in political conflicts. But there is no such thing as a war of ideas. The real power of ideas is their capacity to unmask and undo ideologies, not propagate them. Now, those who are looking to Ukraine today in order to scold their own countries and their own populations are genuinely worried about them. And I'm among this group of warriors. In fact, I wrote a book to express my worries a few years ago. But I do not think that the sorry state of our democratic societies has much to do with a failure of nerve or a loss of faith or confused ideas, or the lack of a singular idea like liberal nationalism. The older I get, the more materialist I become. Not a materialist in the sense of Karl Marx, but in the sense of Tocqueville. In recent years, I've been spending a lot of time with Tocqueville, and I'm struck by the subtle and convincing materialism one finds in the pages of his masterpiece, Democracy in America. That book does not begin with an invocation of democratic values and a call to fight for them and defend them. It begins with the geography of the United States, well, then North America, the forests, the swamps, the mountains, the rushing rivers. In the face of the vast, unspoiled American landscape, the early settlers from Europe found themselves in a state of relative equality. Nature was very big and they were very small, and so they needed each other. But in Tocqueville's view, it was this fact of equality that was a necessary condition for the establishing of the principle of equality in the United States. And it was that principle that then inspired a passion for equality, a feeling, a willingness to fight for it. So the lesson is that for passions to be alive, they in some way have to be rooted in material reality. Tocqueville, of course, did not believe, as Marx did, that political ideas just mirror the material relations in a society, but he knew that no political idea will seem convincing for long, or even relevant, if it is in obvious contradiction with social reality. This is the challenge that all utopian thinkers face. They somehow have to imagine a new state of affairs that doesn't seem totally alien, but is somehow still recognizable to people in the present. So there's a very important correlate for us today to be found in Tocqueville's materialism, and it's this. If political ideals that once captured people's imaginations no longer do, the intellectual's first instinct should be to examine what changes in social conditions might have made the old ideas less compelling than they once were. It should not be to adopt a prophetic pose and implore everyone to return to the true faith. And so, if we're concerned, as we ought to be, about a lack of civic attachment in modern democracies, a lack of social solidarity and respect for the common good, we have to ask ourselves the following question. What has changed in the way we live now to erode our sense of democratic citizenship? Now, my own thinking about this question is not, I'm afraid, original. It seems to me that the ultimate source of democratic erosion is the fact that our societies have become more liquid and less solid, to adopt the terms of the Polish sociologist Zygmunt Bauman. Bauman's use of the term liquid was an oblique reference to the Communist Manifesto, where, as we all know, Marx and Engels said that under capitalism, all that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned. Bauman pointed out that Marx and Engels thought that solidity in a society was actually a good thing. In this sense, they were conservatives. And their expectation was that once unstable capitalist societies were overthrown, a new solid type of society would emerge under communism. They did not preach permanent revolution. They were not Maoists. For them, the whole point of engaging in socialist and communist politics was to restore solidity and establish certainty in social relations in order to achieve justice. Hence the importance of socialist values like solidarity and policies like economic planning. As we all know, this communist utopian dream is dead, and capitalism remains in place. But its power to liquefy our human relations has massively increased. Capitalism in the wider sense, including modern science and technology, no longer eats away at traditional social institutions. It prevents new social institutions from forming. This, I think, was Bauman's most important insight. We now live in a world where people have begun to anticipate that fewer of our institutions and norms will endure as they once did. And they've begun to factor this into their thinking, and even more importantly, into their feelings. We know, for example, that children of divorced parents have more trouble than most in developing social relations with others, having lost a sense of certainty about the family and the structure of their lives. They lack the confidence to establish stable ones out of fear that they too will not last. Well, my sense is that this is a phenomenon that is happening in every social sphere today, more generally. As the human lifespan increases, the lifespan of social institutions has been decreasing. That's a paradox. Today, this means that fewer and fewer of the social institutions and norms that exist when a child is born will exist when that child is old. And if this trend continues, it is hard not to think that we are in store for some radical transformations, both of human consciousness and of social life. Now, obvious examples of liquidity abound. I'll mention a few. In the economic sphere, deregulation, flexible labor markets, privatization, global finance and trade, the dismantling of social protections have made the lives of workers, and more importantly, I think, their communities, more fragile. In the technological sphere, the unavoidable internet offers young people a vast array of human possibilities at a very young age, which has undermined the transmission of familial and national and religious customs and values. It has also subjected all of us to psychological and moral viruses that ricochet around the globe instantaneously. Another example, in the medical field, rapid advances in research and treatment render today's therapeutic wisdom, whatever it is, obsolete tomorrow. And this has left less educated people confused if they don't understand the scientific method, and increasingly skeptical about the medical establishment. And finally, and most dramatically, we see the effects of liquidity in new ideologies of fluid psychosexual identities. This is an historically unprecedented situation. The nature of human society has always been conservative. That's a point of a society, to conserve. Its function has been to offer a stable environment in which individuals can develop psychologically and cooperate with each other. It also, crucially, transmitted knowledge and norms to subsequent generations. All of the ideas and institutions of liberal democracy developed in societies that functioned in this conservative way. But our liquid societies do all of this less well. Our societies are becoming, so to speak, less social. Their energy is centrifugal, forcing things apart rather than centripetal, forcing them together. Now, what I've just put forward is just a thesis, and it's not an original one. But if it is even half right, I think we need to engage in some much deeper thinking about liberal democracy, about the nation, and about civic engagement than we are accustomed to. In an unstable environment where institutions and values have trouble getting rooted, just what does the term the common good mean? When the forces that determine human destinies are global and ever-changing, what does the phrase democratic citizenship mean? These are not intended to be rhetorical questions. To my mind, they are the fundamental political questions of our time. We need answers to these questions before we can think clearly about much else. We cannot fight for liberal democracy or liberal nationalism if we don't know what democracy is still capable of, given the societies that we are now fated to live in. One final remark. Many people today are convinced that the greatest threat to liberal democracy is not fluidity, liquidity, it's rather nationalism. They're concerned about ideologies that want to make our societies less open, less subject to change, less diverse. I share this concern, at least in the short run. Today's self-declared illiberal nationalists are trouble and can cause a lot of damage. But what they cannot do is change the laws of social physics. The activists who gather in Budapest these days to hear the gospel of Christian integrism are children of liquid societies. Whatever their nostalgic fantasies about a world they've never known and that never existed in the form they imagine, their psychological outlook presumes liquidity, movement, change. They are bees who were born outside of a hive, and they are incapable of adjusting to living in one. The fact is that today's nationalists can never achieve their goals. History has erased the possibility of sustainable, integrated, homogeneous, theological political regimes. The Republic of Iran is an atavism, a blast from the past. It's not a vision of the future. The same is true of the India of Narendra Modi. Now, we should be concerned about today's nationalists, and we should resist them politically. But I think that's because political movements that fail to achieve their ends are often more dangerous than movements that do. Now, given the current geopolitical situation, I wish I had brought a more hopeful message, like my predecessor up here. I would have liked to deliver a sermon calling on the defenders of democracy to man the barricades and fight for our values. But the deeper forces that are at work in our societies today will have a more profound effect on us and on you and on the Ukrainians than the current situation will. If we really want to protect our democracies, our first task intellectually is to understand these forces, which are not local, they are not national, they're global. They're everywhere in the world today. For me, it was a revealing fact that in the early weeks of the current war, very few Russians demonstrated against the war for understandable reasons. Even fewer demonstrated for the war or rushed to enlist in the military. Instead, what did most Russians do? They rushed to IKEA to buy furniture before the store closed for good. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to be present at the authors' meeting entitled Trust Nothing that is going to be said this evening. This tricky and provocative title comes from Edgar Keret, the guest of the meeting hosted by Jakub Szczęsny. Edgar Keret, a poet, writer, director, screenwriter, one of the most important persons in Israeli culture, cinema, translated into 49 languages. His works have been published throughout the world, and today he is with us. The partner of this meeting is Wydawnictwo Literackie Publishing House. Jakub Szczęsny, Edgar Keret.
I will take a seat.
Hey, hi Kuba.
Due to your back problems.
Yes. I'm like the Pisa Tower, you know, I'm kind of not very straight at the moment.
Okay.
And the ironic thing is that I've been nagging Literacki, my publishers, for the past couple of years. Get me to Poland, you know, with all the COVID and stuff. The moment that the events became possible, I just said, get me here. And they got me this wonderful event and date with you, and I couldn't come. This is a tragedy.
But still you can be present as Hamlet's father as a ghost.
That's
thanks to the digital age. Okay, so I'm very thankful to the organizers to be here with such a noble public and to have the discussion with you around what's actually happening in your head right now.
Mostly pain right now.
Oh, it's interesting. I would like to maybe start with an introduction to one of the short stories that you have published in your internet alphabet soup. I don't know if the public here has a knowledge of the existence of Edgar Keret's alphabet soup. It's on edgarkeret.substract.com. May I start with it? It's the alternative fun facts, okay? Especially the introduction is interesting. So Edgar has written some time ago a short text called Alternative Fun Facts. The future is not what it used to be. In the future, we'll have figured out how to make money of the past. In this new feature, I will try, in the spirit of the times, to fill your mind with false scientific and historical facts, just to spice up our somewhat bland world. You may learn about secret gravity waterfalls in the Amazon, about global cooling, about a virus with motion sickness that vomits on airplanes, or any other alternative fact that will help take your mind off the tediously hyper-realistic reality we live in. Do we really live in a hyper-realistic reality? Is it really a reality?
No. It stopped being a reality, I think, in the 80s. You know, it became something else, they just didn't inform us. but what I really feel is that at least in the past, facts were very important the rules that you had to keep when you were debating were very simple and very public. But now I feel that we're in an age where argument is irrelevant because people don't tend to change their opinions anyway. And the whole idea is that you have some kind of an emotion or feeling that you want to go with, and then people kind of, the internet is big enough to find people who provide you with facts that will help you on your way. But it's not really, we're not in a seeking mode. I don't feel that humanity is curious and trying to find out what's happening. It's more about kind of humanity trying to find out who pisses us off. It could be Johnny Depp or Amber Heard or Putin or it could be Trump, it could be Biden. It doesn't matter. But it's just that you need somebody to hate, and it was really interesting because during the war with Ukraine, I took part in a few activities that were supposed to support the Ukrainian people. And I very quickly understood that if you had like a fundraiser, let's say a Kickstarter, wanting to get money to buy clothes for Ukrainians, you'll get a lot of money. But if you had a Kickstarter saying, I want to save money to kill Putin, then it would be much easier to raise money. And I feel that, let's say, compared to the 60s and the hippie times and stuff, we are now living in an age where we're not so much trying to make the world better, but we want to get even with the people who made this world worse. It's kind of, we gave up on a better scenario. We just want to punish the guilty parties.
Or maybe we are looking for like-thinking people avoiding those who are not like-thinking, whatever the profile of it. Flat Earth, whatever.
Yeah, but I really feel that the moment most of our arguments take place in social media, which is usually built in a way that doesn't tolerate any ambiguity or any uncertainty, then in the end, every argument will become a tribal fight. It's like if you support Barcelona or if you support Real Madrid, then you just want them to win. You don't care if there was a penalty or not a penalty. And it's really, I remember in Israel where we would see international games, whenever a referee would talk about a penalty against us, then my neighbor would say, an anti-Semite, of course, he's an anti-Semite. But he's not an anti-Semite. He's a football ref, He saw somebody falling and he thought it was a penalty. And I really feel that the more I look at the world around me, I'm less interested in the text that people are saying, and more in the subtext. Because right now I have so many liberals who think like me, but act like crazy. I don't know if you heard about the sunflowers of Van Gogh today.
Yes.
The idea of, let's say, if I look at the shooting of the caricaturist in Denmark, or the stabbing of Salman Rushdie, or people who spill tomato soup on a classic painting as a protest against global warming and people being hungry, then they're all basically saying the same. They're all saying that art is not important. Art is just a tool through which we can either get something, or if it's not what we get, then we don't want it. And in this way, they are liberals, but they're actually Stalinists at the same time. And I feel that, when you live in an age of cancel culture, which fights for causes that are good and great, but doesn't bother to fight fair or to always fight systematically or to try to create some rules, then I'm sometimes feel more scared from people who share my ideas than from people who I always knew that they were fascist and I knew to stay away from.
Oh, it's even more difficult, I think, because nowadays many fascists would actually not only not like to be called fascists, but also they would really hate to feel that they are fascists, even though they think like fascists and do fascist things.
Well, it is in a way a fascist age, you know. It's this idea that people can live in their feed and create some kind of a reality that will not be contradicted and will be consistent and will be liked by other people. And when you live in this bubble, really, even the proficiency of listening or arguing in a proper way or changing your mind, you lose the ability to do that. You know, it's a little bit like the ability to walk. And it was very funny because let's say when I looked at the war in Ukraine, I was very supportive of the Ukrainian people, and all the time I would look for people who are supportive, and those people would say, Putin is Hitler, he's fascist. And I would say, no, he's not Hitler, he's a different kind of a menacing figure who can destroy Earth, but he's not Hitler, there are differences. And then people would say, you're pro-Putin, you love Russians, you know, it's really...
So there's no space really for any discussion, basically.
There's very little space for discussion. And I would say that usually the safest space of all used to be art. Because art, you know, it doesn't matter if you're a stand-up comedian getting on stage or somebody who's making a TV series for Netflix or whatever. The idea was that there you're making up something and you're liberating thoughts and ideas that maybe are not good, that they be practiced in society. You know, most of the stand-up comedian procedure is basically saying the things that we would never say. That's the idea about it. You know, they say, you know, when somebody passes me in a junction, I want to go and shoot him. It's great. It's great that a stand-up comedian says it. It's better. It's good to ventilate it, you know, instead of going and shooting people. But now we are living in a world that because it's always everything is my way or the highway, then art is supposed to be stripped in a way from its obscurity, from the fact that the artists are many times are not in control, you know, or are not promoting ideas that are beautiful and that should be shared. And in this sense, then you really feel that art became some kind of an instrument, a hammer or a chainsaw, and people look and say, no, this is a bad art, because with this bad art, I won't be able to hammer my way to where I want to go. And I really feel that, you know, there are many topics to be discussed because the world is really not in a good state. The word looks a bit like my lower back right now, but I'm saying, having said that, I think that we should be reflexive and not only think about the ideas we are trying to promote, but think about the ways that we are doing it. You know, it's really most lynch mob parties think that they hang people for the right reason. They think that they hang a guilty party, but the idea can only work if the system is consistent. If I can give you an idea, an example, one of the left-wing parties, which I appreciate in Israel, Avoda, I would say I'm much more to the left than them, but still I really appreciate them. And they used to be a ruling party. They are now campaigning, and the number one put out posters saying for a woman to feel safe, there should be a rule that sex offenders will not be released a third before their time. You know, like that they will stay in jail for the full party. Now this was a main campaign, and what was strange is that traditionally the right wing, the extreme right wing, they do the campaign for us to be safe. Terrorists should have death sentence. And it was very strange to see how left and right were talking about two different things. But basically, the idea was that if we want to represent the people, we should be stronger and more vindictive with the people who affect us. It's not about let's create rules and systems which would make women feel more safe, but let's make sure those bastards won't get out of jail. And you know, and I heard about our commitment to be optimistic. But I really, like, I'm 55 years old, I've never lived in a period that seems to be internally much more pessimistic. It's when people who want to fight for the future of the earth go and spill tomato juice on a Van Gogh painting, it really means that everybody thinks that they've already lost.
Maybe it is, but actually to go out from this pessimism, I've been thinking about the motif you were talking about, this safe place that was in the past the production of culture, especially art, where you could, in more or less a safe zone, create different concepts that would enlighten people or make them ask themselves questions. Where does the situation we are in today, probably mostly due to internet, but this is my thinking, where does it put you as a writer? Because now we live in a time of fiction, more or less, and this is when maybe writers have to change the status. They become less important, or actually anyone can become a fiction creator.
Well, I have no doubt that writers in this age had become less important. You know, I mean, we live in a very accelerated reality. So I could really see it like in a nature movie where you see the flowers opening and closing. But I think that the reasons that writers had become not important is just because of that, because they invite you to a space that is not pragmatic in nature, that most likely will confuse you and may make you change your mind. And you know, I once met a woman that told me that she grew up in a very Catholic family. And when she was a child, her parents wouldn't let her read any books that wasn't the Bible. And when she asked her mother why, then her mother said to her, look, a book, you always know who you are when you enter a book, but you cannot be sure who you will be when you live. You don't take that risk. So I really think that, you know, that when you live in an age where it's all about sticking with your ideas and being very vehement about them, then this idea, it's a little bit like writers are those Pilates teachers who live in an age where people think that the flexibility is for pussies. You know, what we're selling, there's not that many people who are interested in it right now. And by the way, it's perfectly okay. I mean, I don't have a problem as a writer. You know, I write my newsletter, and if thousands of people read it, it's wonderful. And if hundreds, it's great. And if it will be dozens, it's still enough. You know, nobody promises you an ecosystem in the world. But my worries is for the world. You know, my worries. If I could create a world with no writers, but in which people would be actually attentive and reflexive and would not be afraid to ask themselves a difficult question, then, you know, I would retire today.
I've asked a question about the role and status of a writer today in reference to internet, because I don't know if you've heard about the concept of Karlovets. The Czech people who suddenly claimed that actually Kaliningrad, the external territory of Russia by Baltic Sea, should be overtaken by Czech Republic, because they don't have a sea. They always wanted to have the access to it. So this way they can finally sort of fulfill the historical justice and get their own piece of sea line. And the action, because it's an internet action, was started by an anonymous guy. Not a writer, not a big persona whatsoever, but because the concept was so funny and so brilliant, Czechs actually have a long tradition of it. I will tell you later on about Jara Zimmerman, which is an unexisting writer and the greatest of Czechs. It's a long tradition since 60s. But they really have this profile of sense of humor that leads to a very large response to such an absurd idea that actually refers very much to what is today's situation with so-called independent republics in Donetsk, etc. So this fiction has a big force because many people actually can start believing that the Czech Republic wants to have Kaliningrad.
Well, you know, I think that when you talk about irony, for irony to work, or for humor to work, people should have enough things in common. You know, so you recognize a joke because somebody says something that shouldn't be said. But if we don't share a set of values, it's very difficult to be fun. You know that Jonathan Swift, if I'm making any mistakes, I'll blame the painkiller, okay? But he wrote this essay when there was a famine in Ireland, and the British didn't want to support the Irish people. Then he wrote an essay saying, I don't understand what's the problem with the Irish. They're Catholics, they have so many children. Here, let me publish a recipe how to cook a baby. And you know, and they can all eat their babies. They have so many babies. Why does he make such a big fuss out of it? And of course, this was a very cynical piece. But you know, after it, people started sending the newspaper recipes how to cook Irish babies, because they say no, you know, the way he suggests it will be too salty. If you want to make the baby, put it with a lot of carrots, you know. So this is really a weird time when you cannot make a joke together. I have this theory, is that when people are closest, they can share poetry. When they drive apart a little, they can still share fiction, because it's based on the plot and not on associations. And when they drive completely apart, you know, they can watch YouTube. I have those great Little Cats movies I can share them with you.
Maybe you should have little cats every some time in your alphabet soup as a subject to start with. You know? But you know, actually, I think it's beautiful that in such times of uncertainty, because it is very much a moment in which we can feel that the soup is boiling, and most probably there's going to be a very new dish happening, and we fear this dish. So in this time, maybe the irony or absurd or something that puts us together, even if it's laughing through tears, is something we desperately need.
I agree with you. At least I need it. You know, I started a newsletter out of some compulsive need to have a little community. You know, to be in such an ecosystem, because I used to publish stories sometimes on Facebook and other social medias, and and being in the political left wing, then then people would get into my page sometimes just because I wrote something political or whatever, and then those people would stay and say your story sucks, and you don't know how to write, and you're short, and your wife doesn't really love you. And I say, okay, I can't do a lot with this criticism to become a better writer, I need to create some kind of space that I guess before COVID, I had it a lot in public readings, and in the time of COVID, it kind of disappeared, where I can just have some kind of dialogue that has nothing to do with my role in the world. It's not as if people. It's not as if people are. It's like. I think the best example I have for that is the vaccinations with COVID. So when I got free vaccinations in Israel, it's like we are the kings of vaccinations. We drink vaccinations. We wash our mouths with vaccines. But I'm saying that I know some people that didn't want to get it. I must say, I'm not an expert. I have a feeling that also the experts are not that much of an expert. But the idea is that people are willing to beat each other up in the street just because one of them would take a vaccination and the other wouldn't, that people would want to go to measures like revoking your citizenship, even though technically if you vaccinate or you not vaccinate, you affect your fate, not others, because even if you're vaccinated, you can give people the virus. Then this is this kind of things that I want to go to a place where people won't ask me, did you get the vaccination or you didn't? Or what soccer football team you support? I just want to go to a place where people will say, you talk too much and you sweat a lot when you talk. I want to have a different kind of dialogue.
But so we have become binary tribes, in fact, yes? It's like 0-1, everything, black and white, everything's binary.
Yes, and again, this I truly blame Facebook and social media because
do you want us to call Mr. Zuckerberg and tell him we're sick and tired of his products?
Oh,
yeah, we can do it right now.
I'm sure that there are many people who've been calling before me. I don't think he would care that much. But I'm saying that the moment that you have a button that is like and unlike, that's binary. It's two options. If I write a post where I say, I love Poland so much for all the beauty in it, but I hate it so much for the bad things. I love the forest, but I hate the river. What do? You like or you unlike? Because you
you have. It's not true. You have a third option. It's called it's complicated. You've seen in relations single, it's complicated. So maybe you can use this one.
Yeah, but it's just that it's not sexy, it's complicated.
That depends. It might actually attract people who want complications.
Yeah, but why call it complication? I really love the word obscurity. I really like this kind of idea of a modesty. We are not in the beginning of the 20th century. Even science changed. We probably won't solve the riddle of the universe. And most chances we will destroy ourselves, very soon. But let's hope that not. But I'm saying in this big story, I think that the value of believing in obscurity, of really believing in this idea that there are some things that we don't know, and that there are some things that cannot be totally decided, and that there are some things that we think about them this way and we think in another way. This is not relativism. There are things, that you can say this is right and this is wrong. But I'm saying at the same time, we are living in a world where you have extreme opinions about everything. Vegan people beat you up in the street. Steak eaters beat you at the vegan restaurant. You know, it's this kind of zero tolerance, which I actually feel come from a huge pessimism and stress. It's like as if we are on the Titanic and we're sinking and we're pushing everybody who's on our way. You know, we have some kind of a plan and everybody has to stick with our plan, because if they won't go with our plan, the world will be destroyed. You know, if the ones that we don't want to be voted will be voted, we can all kill ourselves. You know, we became these huge drama queens. You know, I'm from Polish descent, you know, so to be dramatic and to feel sorry for myself comes with my genes. But I'm saying now this is universal. You see on YouTube people from Korea being Polish. You know, come on.
They got infected. It's a very dangerous situation. But the truth is, I observed the same thing. We have reached a moment in which the reality became so complicated and sophisticated because it's really hard to verify data. And plus, many people don't really want to verify any data. So there is no need for fact-checking because we want to believe in things and have our opinion based on these beliefs.
This is true, and I think that again, it's what you have first. If you first have curiosity and then you seek data, or if you first have a dogma and then you want to take the data that will help you. You know, I remember that there was a political debate in Israel, and I wrote a big piece in which I quoted my father, and I said that my father died a month before that from cancer, and that my father had always told me this and this and this and this. And when I did that, I started getting reaction, people saying, "We're so happy that your father died from cancer. We really hope that he suffered a lot." And for me, we're talking about freedom of speech. I realized that, let's say today, when I argue, if I say anything personal about myself, the most people are not that interested in the argument, but they can use it against me. You know, so the idea is that when you speak, you already have in mind, you know, what's going to be in the cross-examination. And this is not a good thing for freedom. You know, the idea is that you self-censor yourself before you even move. Just saying, oh, you know, I better not say that, and I better not share this, and this may not look right. Then in the end, the ability to be authentic and passionate about things is kind of diminishes a little. I can tell you, I had to publish, I wanted to publish a story in the US somewhere. And in the story, there is a guy, and the guy goes to see a movie, and he can't see the movie because the person sitting in front of him has an afro. You know, this curly. So they said, you know, it's very problematic because you can't use afro because it's an African hairstyle and you're not African. So they suggested that I write Jufro because apparently Jews that grows their hair. So I'm saying, what is this for liberalism? I mean, does it mean that, you know, that I can't even use a term of a hair without possessing a heritage? You know, I don't know if you know that, but Sarah Silverman, the American comedian, yep, she started campaigning, they call it Jew face. That she says that when there are roles of Jewish women and men, they should be played by Jews. Because, you know, those Jews, they have this psychological, and this has started, of course, from other places, like transgenders should be played by transgenders and not by somebody who pretends to be transgender. And you know, and there is something about it, that talking about diminishing space, you know, a movie is about something. It could be pro-Jews or against Jews, but the people who act in it, they just pretend to be something. You know, it's like I'm saying, imagine that tomorrow I will say that, you know, that sociopath murderers in movies like, you know, Silence of the Lamb, a sociopath should be played by a sociopath.
But of course.
You know, no, because when normal people play them, they really have no knowledge of the phenomena and no empathy. And all sociopaths look like sociopaths, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
If sociopath would start acting as sociopath, and sociopath, unlike Jews, they are in a much worse conditions than the Jews. Really, the sociopaths, they usually, if they only get on Netflix if they kill 20 people, and go to jail. Try to be a sociopath and make a career. It's very difficult.
You are killing me now. But it's a brilliant idea. I love Sarah Silverman's zeal here.
I actually love her too. No, and that's the thing, that the people that you love and appreciate say stuff that you say, oh, no, but they are my people. Why are they saying it? They are my guys. I'm used to having crazy right-wing people saying stuff that I can't even understand.
As for someone with back problems, I see you are pretty vital and vibrant. Okay, so but
it's the pain.
Probably. So look, because we were slowly getting to the very end of our meeting, and you have to know that the freedom games here, it's a very serious thing. And Mark Lilla, who was just before us here, he gave a very long, rather pessimistic speech. But maybe you, as a very vibrant, full of energy, a person, maybe you would have to say something that is optimistic?
Yeah, well, again, what I want to say is that optimism is something that is embedded in you. It's not being based on facts, because if it's irrational, like any belief. But I can tell you this short anecdote that during the Second Intifada, when there were a lot of bombings, I talked to my late mother, and I said to her that I'm not sure that I want to bring children to the world. And she said to me, why? And I said to her, look what's going around us. Killings, senseless killings, nobody listens to each other, and things are only get worse. And my mother said to me, if after the Holocaust, if after losing my entire family, I could find the optimism to have you, maybe you can try and find it in yourself to have the optimism to have a child. And of course, I do have a child, but I'm saying something beyond that. I think that the fact that things are not good, it just means that each of us should ask themselves, what can we do to change it? And when I'm saying ask ourselves, is not do what people tell us to change it. It's like when I came to Italy to support the Ukrainian people, and people told me proudly that they cancelled a conference of 100 years to Dostoevsky to take revenge on Putin, then those people are not are joining a cause that they shouldn't join. The moment that we go back to this idea of saying, what can we do in our sphere to create less violence, more empathy? We can just tell a joke, or we could disagree with somebody and say, you know what, I don't know. Instead of, I'm going to kill you and your wife and rape your dog. If we'll only do this, just change our attitude a little, I think that, it can be like a house of cards. And in the end, we'll all be happy, Kuba. And you and me, we will live together in the Carrot House in Warsaw. It will be a little bit tiny, but it will be
You
cozy
can always squeeze with your family in Carrot House. It's it's a spacious place to be. Okay, look, we have perfectly come to the very end of our meeting. I'm so grateful you made all the effort against the godly will of bending you into a banana. So
I can make a show, my banana show.
No, but you are already cured. It's a miracle.
No,
it's a miracle.
No, no, I'm not. And I need a diet, man. I need a diet.
I didn't ask for that much, really. Thank you.
Oh.
This was the most optimistic thing you not even said, but showed to us today. So
my belly button.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we can have any questions from the hall,
yes,
but
yes, please.
anyone.
Show me the audience. I thought it was just you.
Okay, go to his alphabet soup on internet. You will have a contact with this very guy sitting there, and he's alive. You can see he's a real person. Thank you very for now. You can turn into one of these meta beans. Okay, thank you very much. You are very handsome and talented. Thank you.
You too. Bye bye. Bye. I can hear you.
Jakże miło było usłyszeć Państwa śmiech.
It was very
Mam
nice to
wrażenie, że
hear
dzięki temu
you
też
laughing.
jesteśmy.
I hope that thanks to this we are closer. It's good to reflect upon important matters and to be closer, but it's also great to laugh together. To complete the last day, we would like to inspire you to thinking of a better future for people and animals on the planet we share. So Jane Goodall will deliver a speech on this topic. She's the founder of Jane Goodall Institute and UN Messenger of Peace. She is a world-renowned ethologist and activist, inspiring great understanding and action on behalf of the natural world. Her lecture I hope her lecture will be inspiration for you. I also encourage you to listen to her subcast, and I would like to recommend the book. She has recently written another books, and now I would like to invite you to listen to the lecture by Dr. Jane Goodall.
Hello, this is Jane Goodall, and I really want to thank you for giving me the chance to share a few thoughts at this important gathering. As everyone knows, we're going through pretty dark times politically, socially, and environmentally. Unfortunately, but understandably, environmental concerns have been pushed into the background, first by the COVID pandemic and then the situation in Ukraine. But it's desperately important that we get together to tackle the twin threats of climate change and loss of biodiversity, because this together threatens the future of life on planet Earth, including our own. Already climate change, which is caused by the accumulation of the so-called greenhouse gases that form a blanket around the world, trapping the heat of the sun. The main gas is CO2, which is released by the burning of fossil fuels and by our destruction of forests and other ecosystems that extract CO2 from the atmosphere and store it in leaves, trunks, and soil. And it's all released back into the atmosphere when we destroy that ecosystem. Methane is another potent greenhouse gas. The heating globe has caused changes in weather patterns around the world already. There are more frequent, terrifying storms, more serious flooding, longer droughts, and horrendous wildfires. Sea levels are rising as the water heats and ice melts. And by the way, the ocean is becoming increasingly polluted, which is preventing it absorbing more CO2 from the atmosphere. Permafrost is melting, releasing large amounts of methane gas. The land is polluted and the soils killed by the use of toxic agricultural chemicals. Huge areas are cleared to provide grazing for livestock or to grow grain to feed the billions of animals raised in inhumane conditions in factory farms. A lot of water, which is increasingly scarce in many places, is needed to change plant to animal protein, and the animals produce huge amounts of methane in their digestion. Moreover, industrial animal farming, just like the selling of wild animals in the inhumane wildlife markets around the world, provide more and more opportunities for the spillover, the jumping of animal pathogens to humans. And this, of course, is what led to the COVID pandemic, when a virus from one animal jumped into one human, bonded with a cell, and caused a new so-called zoonotic disease. We're told that over 70% of all new human diseases in the last few decades are zoonotic in origin. I want to add here that science has now finally admitted that humans are not the only sentient beings on the planet with personality, mind, capable of problem solving, and emotions such as contentment, joy, frustration, anger, fear. More countries now accept the fact that animals, including not only mammals, but birds, reptiles, amphibians, and even fish and octopuses, are sentient and have emotions and can feel pain. And that includes the animals in our factory farms, wildlife markets, and those in medical research. Now, to return to our destructive behavior. If we carry on with business as usual, well, we're doomed. And so long as short-term gain is seen as more important than protecting the environment for the future, and there is the absurd belief there can be unlimited economic development on a planet with finite natural resources, then those natural resources will be plundered unmercifully. So it's really important that everyone understands that we depend on the natural world on healthy ecosystems, that is, for food, water, everything. An ecosystem, as I learned when I was studying chimpanzees in the rainforest, is a complex and interconnected web of life in which every species of animal, plant, fungus, and tree has a role to play. Every time a species disappears from an ecosystem, that system is weakened, and this may lead to its total collapse. I truly believe it's not too late to slow down climate change and the loss of species, but it means we must get together and take action now, before it's too late. We know what should be done. We have the tools and the knowledge to do it. But it remains to persuade governments and corporations to subsidize scientific innovations such as renewable energy, like solar and wind power, electric cars, research into alternatives to industrial agriculture, such as regenerative agriculture and permaculture, and a return to small family farms. And we must help people understand that each one of us makes some impact on the planet every single day. And if we make even small ethical choices in what we buy, did it harm the environment in its production? Was it cruel to animals? Is it cheap because of unfair wages along the supply chain? And if the answer is yes, don't buy it. Consumer pressure is gradually bringing about change in business practices, as well as sometimes CEOs who truly do care. Citizens can support campaigns to save wild habitats, to prosecute cruelty to animals, to ban single-use plastic, and, importantly, to green the city. So many people are now dissociated from the natural world, and urban tree planting not only lowers temperatures and captures CO2 and brings insects and birds to the city, but it's been scientifically proved that time in nature is beneficial for mental and physical health, and especially important for children. We must work together to tackle the crises we've created. We must involve scientists, decision makers, and the general public. And young people who've unfortunately been born into a world full of problems created by us, then they need to be involved in coming up with solutions. As long ago as the late 1980s, I was meeting young people all around the world who were losing hope. And that's when I decided to do something to help. I asked them why they were feeling hopeless or despairing or angry. And they said, well, you've compromised our future and there's nothing we can do about it. We have. We've been stealing the future of our young people probably since the Industrial Revolution. But was it too late? Was there nothing they could do? I disagreed with them there. And so Roots and Shoots was formed in 1991. And we decided from the beginning, 12 students and me in Tanzania, that every Roots and Shoots group would choose 3 projects, one to help people, one to help animals, one to help the environment, because it's all interrelated. And that the main message would be that every individual makes a difference every day and can choose the kind of difference they make. So these young people are now in 65 countries and growing. Members are from kindergarten through university, everything in between, and more adults are forming Roots and Shoots groups. And all of them are working to make the world better for people, animals, and the environment. What are they doing? Well, they get to choose planting trees, volunteering in animal shelters, helping street children, raising money for causes, whatever they choose. And they're so imaginative. So we get reports from all around the world. And I tell you, These young people are truly making a difference. It's not that they can, they are. We partner with other youth groups that share our values and have similar programs, but we need to involve many more young people in many more countries, because we need to create a critical mass of educated youth, young people who will become the compassionate citizens of tomorrow, the teachers, politicians, lawyers, business people, bus drivers, gardeners, parents, everyone. And they will understand that every day, every one of us makes a difference, and we can choose what sort of difference we make. When hundreds, then thousands, and hopefully millions of people make ethical decisions as to how they live their lives, then even if their choices seem small, like turning out lights, moving to a plant-based diet, planting a tree, recycling and reusing, and trying to prevent waste, and so on, cumulatively, this will make a big difference. It's true that more people are aware of what's going on, but they mostly seem to lack the will to take action. And very often, I've discovered, this is because they've been overwhelmed by the magnitude of the problems and lost hope. For me, hope is not just wishful thinking. It's about taking action. I see humanity as at the mouth of a very long, very dark tunnel, and right at the end of that tunnel is a little star shining. That's hope. But it's no good sitting at the mouth of the tunnel and hoping that star will come to us. No, we must roll up our sleeves and climb over, crawl under, work our way around all the problems, the ones I've mentioned and the others that I haven't, that lie between us and that star. The good news, every single problem has a group of people working to solve it. Unfortunately, so many people work in their own narrow little space and not realize that when they've solved their problem, this could lead to problems elsewhere. We need to be thinking about the problems as a whole. So let's join the young people and say and mean it, that together we can save the world. Together we will save the world, because we must. Thank you.
Na końcu tego tunelu.
At the end of the tunnel, there is a tiny star, and we will save the world because we have to. Two messages for you. One is good, the other one is good. The first one is, it's all over for today. Now you can start talking, discussing, or quiet thinking and digesting what you heard today. The second good news is whole tomorrow ahead of us, and I'd like to invite you now for that. Good night to all of you. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Olga Brzezińska, thank you very much. Good night.
It's not always easy to recognize. It may look like this, or like this. It may be a burden, but it is a responsibility that we embrace nonetheless. But if it means this for one person and this for someone else, maybe it ultimately means being there for one another. It isn't handed to us, but we know where to find it and how it feels, how it tastes, and what it sounds like when we finally have it. It means different things to different people, but for many, it means everything. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together.
Ihre Ausreise
Atlas Network is, as the name suggests, a network, and it's global. We work all around the world. We're based in the US. We have about 159 partners in the United States right now, and the bulk of our partners are outside, nearly 500 in total.
Atlas Network, it connects people from all over the world, defending the idea of human dignity, defending human rights and personal liberties.
Atlas Network is focusing on, I think, the most important and moral cause in the entire world.
We partner with local innovators, local leaders who understand conditions on the ground in communities facing real challenges. We look at the people from the worldwide freedom movement that are passionate, are ready to make a difference, understand local conditions, and we invest in them.
At Atlas Network, we unleash individual ingenuity to enrich humanity.
The United States does not have a lock on the idea of freedom and liberty. Those ideas are beyond borders.
One of the main goals of Atlas Network is to eradicate poverty around the world, and we do that by investing millions of dollars in our partners' work every year.
Historically, wealthy nations around the world have tried to help low-income countries develop. The way we've been doing it traditionally has not really been working. So there's a movement to do development differently, and that means we need to step back as outsiders and rethink the role that we're playing in helping people in low-income countries achieve their dreams.
We want to make the world a better place. We want to make the world a freer world.
All of us want to leave a legacy and be part of something big to make a better world. This is exactly the work of Atlas Network.
With our growing number of hundreds of successful partners, we're stronger than ever.
Changing the world.
Changing the world.
Changing the world
starts together with us.